Okay, I record on crowd already. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Isara Chanakal Sambun. I'm a lecturer at Faculty of Environmental Management, Prince of Songkran University, Thailand. Today, we quite lucky. We proud to invite uh, Professor Anil Kumar from Center for Energy and Environment, Delhi Technical University from India to give us for special class in the title of High Quality Scientific Manuscript Writing and Publication Workshop for Energy Technology Field. So I think you are lucky person because Professor Anil he is popular in energy technology field. He published a lot, I think more than 200 paper and citation more than 5,000 paper. So I invite all of you to attend his class and need to concentrate and focus. And afternoon section, he will help you for manuscript writing. If you have any paper or some draft, you can show him for how to edit your paper. And I think professor can help you. Thank you a lot, Professor. And when Sutipong or my assistant attended class, I will assign him for assistant. Thank you. Thank you again.
Yeah. Thanks, Professor. Okay. So, thank you very much, Professor Isra and his team, and especially PSU for inviting me for this talk again. And I'm really very grateful, and it really gives me lots of pleasure when I interact the PSU student. So today we have right now 5, including me and Dr. Isra. So Avinash, Diliram, and Gaurav. And let me. So very good morning, Mr. Diliram Adhikari ji. Okay, so now again the same question. What is expectation of yours from my side today itself? So because today's topic is the high quality scientific manuscript writing publication workshop for energy technology. So basically I will focus on energy technology only, right? Means I will share my experience and some tips how to publish your manuscript in the good high impact research, or say good quality journals, right? So Sutipon, are you there? Shall I start now?
Good morning, sir. Just I wanted to know something about this class.
Yeah, please.
So we are doing a systematic literature review on the energy technology.
Okay.
So if you explain in detail about how to conduct the systematic review, what aspect we have to consider for this review, what is the structure of these types of paper. Basically, I think it's a little bit different from the research paper and the systematic review. So if this also included in this presentation, it will be good for me and my friends.
Good. Actually, a review for specific article or review for your research, almost both are the same, but have some minute differences. Okay. So for research paper, you have to review for very specific things. May I know your field basically?
Yeah. I'm doing my PhD on PSU on sustainable energy management.
Okay, sustainable energy management, fine.
Yeah, I'm basically a telecom expert, and
yeah, okay.
I'm doing research on how to we use renewable energy and sustainable energy for the connectivity, especially in the telecom towers.
Telecommunication. Okay, fine. Definitely. So, Mr. Ram, means you are basically working on the sustainable energy management for telecommunication sector, right?
Exactly, I'm doing research on this side. Actually, I'm the former MD of Nepal Telecom. It's a government company. So
Okay.
I resumed this position for 3 years, last 3 years.
Yeah.
So after this position, I started this study, and my experience is that since Nepal is consists of Himalayan country and grid connectivity in most of the Himalayan and high hill area is quite difficult. So how to make a sustainable energy for the connectivity in those remote areas using renewable energy? That is I'm my working experience, and I was to I want to use in this research area, sir.
So, when you joined your PhD program?
2022 batch.
22 means very recently. Only I think only the research coursework has only been completed.
Just completed the QE exam and the proposal defense already completed.
Okay.
Now I'm starting. My supervisor also recommend to write a systematic review on energy technology in the based on Nepal's context.
So now actually I can suggest you one thing. Basically, as you are working on the telecom sector, and telecom sector, some towers are generally communication towers are generally installed in the some places for the connectivity purpose, right? And over there, the disruption or the interruption in the connection, this power, if suppose it would be big problem, right? And generally for that purpose, generally we use DG sets. Okay? So means automatically connected, and they automatically start when power shading or load shading is there. Okay, so one thing, but in fact, you just please outline all the territory of the Nepal and how many towers are over there in the remote area and everywhere. Okay, now then you just please try to assess the solar energy and wind energy. So hybridization of solar and wind energy for that particular means it is not grid connected. It is standalone systems. Okay. So those kind of the systems are very useful for remote area, for this towers and all the this what is called signal towers. All right. So wind plus have this solar energy. But that you have to first check the potential. So potential assessment, your topic of the PhD could be the potential assessment of the solar wind hybrid energy system for telecom sector in remote area of Nepal. Means such kind means you can frame later on in the better way, but you have already completed your coursework, and that QS exam is already, I think now the objectives are already been defined. So I don't know what are your objective and correct title, but you can see the potential and potential assessment as at the same time the carbon mitigation. You just connect it with the energy and environment itself. So means
exactly, sir.
And one more thing, you can add the reliability. Right, because what happened, the connectivity, reliability in the connectivity is very important for the customer satisfaction. And many times what happened, signals are not there in the remote areas. Okay, so if you could able to make the connect the people in the better way, so the reliability is improved. Okay, customer satisfaction. So you can divide your thesis work. First is means uninterrupt the signals for the customers, and that could be if suppose uninterruption and because of the power only. Power could be the reason. There could be many reasons, but you are concentrating on the sustainable energy, right? And sustainable energy, you can you can what I'm thinking, because that also depends on the potential assessment of the territory, on what territory you are designing this hybrid system or the sustainable systems, right? In that way, the complete analysis you can do. This is the potential, the economic analysis, complete assessment you can do. And you can connect it with the sustainable development goal also, right? So there is a lot of opportunity, of course. And in fact, I forgot that particular switch room is there. And switch room means 24-hour. We have to ensure for the telecom sector in switch room, complete connectivity must be there, right?
Yeah.
And there is lot of opportunity for the energy conservation opportunity in that in that particular that area also. So means in that switch room you have to properly maintain the that surrounding temperature, because like in India or the tropical country, we have means almost the 9 month we have the warm weather over here. So in during that time, we have for maintaining the proper functioning of the IC and other very temperature sensitive electronic system, we have to maintain the temperature, right? So especially the heating and ventilation systems are especially provided for the switch room, the large type of switch rooms also for the telecom sector, right? So in that area also, you can study the proper management, means impact of the proper management, impact of the heating ventilation on the performance of this switch room or maintenance kind of the problems that you can also do. But you have already, I think you already your aim means objectives are already defined, titles are already defined. So have you written any draft, means manuscript in the beginning stage itself? Means because 1 year is already 2022, you have enrolled this for this program in the PSU. So means have you done some review for that?
Not, sir. I am doing a review in for seminar class only.
Okay.
So
So now just to think over the review for the overalls.
okay.
Means whosoever study the renewable or sustainable energy application in the telecom sector. Okay.
I am collecting the literature and the collecting some information regarding the Nepal contest.
Yes.
Some data also.
Yeah, right.
So just I now trying to adjust this information in systematic way and in some well defined, well structured draft only.
No, actually, this is the process. This is a continuous process, right? So,
Okay.
like what usually with my students, actually, almost after 5-6 sitting on that some particular manuscript only, we can say, okay, it is now we can submit in the in some journal. Okay, so this is the continuous process. So please keep discussion with your supervisor, with your advisor, on your topic, on not topic, on your manuscript, whatever the draft you have prepared. You please continue to discuss what input could be
Okay.
given for the betterment of that manuscript, right? So
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
what can I suggest? Because once you have done the rigorous review on the sustainable energy application on the this telecom sector in the Nepal, whatever the research has been done so far, whosoever study in this area, just collect all the papers, right?
Okay.
And so that and compile it. Because what happened, this is another approach. However, the objectives must be clear before the collecting the paper. But in broad way, because we don't know how much materials, authentic materials we have right now. Authentic materials means published in the peer-reviewed journals. Okay, I never consider unless it is government website and data. Otherwise, on the website there are many kind of the data, and you cannot rely on that sometimes, unless it is not the government website. Right.
Government report we can use.
Yeah. Government website. Yeah, we can use government website, and you have to mention the SS on such and such date. That was because it also keeps on updating, right? So means I mean to say, but in that case, definitely the government website are very could be the very useful for collecting the data and information. At the same time, you just try to find out the whosoever worked in that area, particularly in that research, modeling, simulation, possibility, and right. So just collect all the things. Then
Okay.
then the categorize the make this folder and categorize those papers related to those area. Now then just on the rough paper just write down what kind of the papers are available. So based on that you can structure the review paper.
Okay.
This is one approach. Means otherwise what happened, if you have set in your mind and maybe and sometimes what happened, you may not able to get the relevant information. Okay. So by the time you will stuck in that particular step itself. So better just to in the broad way collect the literature in the broad way itself, and now then frame in your mind or the rough paper the whatever the literature you have. Just means write all the topics. Okay, this many papers I have read, this many. Now then the connect it. Now connect it, then only you can decide the title. And rough
Okay.
title you can write in the beginning, but later and keeps on updating based on the availability, based on the compilation, and based on the findings, whatever the concluding work. Then you can find the finally title itself. Right. This what I'm thinking right now.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Right. So I think we have enough Sutipong, Paraford, and Komachat and Fahindra. Okay, so many participants are or have already joined. So if any other have any specific query like Mr. Ram, you may write on the chat box also. Okay, because what happened, this how to write manuscript means this session could be more useful and interactive if you have if we could able to discuss on your particular problem. Okay, so if suppose you have some your manuscript draft, and it would be very helpful basically. Otherwise I can start, or in the meantime you can write on the chat box itself, right? Okay, fine. Shall we now I'm starting my presentation. If you have any query, please, and what is your expectation for today's class, please write your comment on the chat box. Okay, I will be I will see over there in the meantime anyway. Okay. So sorry, okay, let me share my screen. Yeah, so slide is my slide is visible to you. Just please comment once.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, yeah,
yes,
fine.
sir.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So for today's talk, topic of the today's talk is the high quality scientific manuscript writing publication workshop for energy technology field. Means workshop is basically very the term, and where a workshop and the expert talk and like they have some difference. Means workshop means there are both way communications, right? Means if you have manuscript with you, any kind of the draft manuscript with you, you can share with me. We can have discussion at that time itself. Okay, or you may write your comment on the chat box. In the meantime, I will read and answer you. Okay. So again we will have some discussion on some tips and how to prepare the manuscript again, in other words, other way. Okay. So okay. You may write down my email ID, Anil Kumar 76 at dtu.ac.in. This is my email ID. If you want to have some discussion, or you want to show me your manuscript, then we can have some discussion other than this class also. But for that, you please have to wait some time, because means lots of manuscript right now I'm editing and handling as a guest editor, and like so but definitely we would have the good discussion on that itself. So you may please, if you want other than this class, means some discussion on your manuscript, that is also, I'm also ready for that, right? So as we know the importance, basically, the before we start, you must know that why do we want to publish. Okay, your research is worthless, useless, it is published. Why we want to publish? So value for article increase when it's being cited, and as earlier in my previous talk also, I have already discussed on this point itself. Basically, whatever the work, research work, or some findings are with us, based on whether based on the numerical simulation or the experimental work. If suppose some good finding, and we should always share with the people with those area, or that the means, how can you the share the better way is to publish that article in good research paper. Okay, in good research paper means high impact factor, or say Q1 journals. Okay, Q1 Q2 journals, please select. So that sir, we have not received the presentation slide last week too. I have already sent. I sent very late, but 2 day or 3 day back only I sent. So please you contact Mr. Sutipon or Professor Isra. So I have already
Okay,
sent.
sir.
Yeah. So basically, means in fact, what will happen after some time, whatever the research you have done, if suppose it is not being published, you will forget, and you will not remember where are those data, and in what form, like completely you will not have in your mind. Okay, so to alive it, better to publish in the some peer reviewed journal. So means, how can we live it? Basically, that depends on the number of readers. And if suppose readers are there and it is in their interest, then definitely they will cite your research work, your article in their research. Okay, so this is the way only to increase the citation. And increase the citation means, uh, the you will get more and more popularity in that particular that society, or that among those peoples, among those researchers who are working in that particular field. Okay, so definitely it gives lot of pleasure. What I feel personally, it really gives me lot of pleasure and lot of satisfaction. Okay, and of course, and ethically, if we say, if suppose some good findings are there, then we should always share, and this is a knowledge sharing itself. Okay, so it is up to you, what do you want, whether you want to live your research work, or just keep die without publishing, because uh, without sharing, it doesn't have any meaning of your research, right? So it is my feeling. So yeah, it is very well known format or structure of the research article, IMRD. Okay, so I stands for the introduction, what question and was study, and what others you did. So this is basically combination of basically the background or the importance and what people have done already in that particular area. And okay, it is a kind of literature review in the 2 paragraph in a maximum, and then based on that literature, rigorous literature review. Okay, these are the research gap. Okay, so no one has done work on that area, and it will definitely, if suppose you have done the rigorous literature review, the automatically many idea will come to in your mind. Automatically, this will happen automatically. Okay, so lots of idea you will have in your mind, and okay, so based on that literature review, you can define your objectives. Okay, what you need to do, these are your objective, and for those objective, for obtaining those objective, what methodology has been followed. Okay, sometimes what happened, you may not find the ready-made things, means all the methodology you will not find in a single paper. Okay, so different factor, different performing parameter could be there. You want to evaluate for some particular system the different performance parameters. Okay, and it is not necessary that all the parameters are given in the single research paper. One parameter some other way, one parameter in some other article. Okay, so in that way you have to collect and properly you have to cite all the way of finding of that particular factor. Means that if suppose some formula is there, so you have to give the proper weightage for that, proper weightage of means whosoever have been used, or you have been taken that particular formula or the methodology methods for calculating some particular problem, particular parameter, and you have to give the proper weightage for that particular manuscript. Okay, so that citation must be there for that. If suppose some generalized equations are there, the Q equal to, is suppose the rate of heat transfer in convective rate of heat transfer, Q equal to HA delta T. So this is okay, this is fine. You can give the very prestigious books, Angel and Bowles and Angel heat transfer and Hallman. Okay, always cite the good textbook and the good research paper. For the fundamental equations, you please always cite the good textbook, right? So this is the methodology, how you and how you have been achieved your result, means your aim or the findings. What is the methodology? Okay, so the systematic methodology must be there, and results are basically the findings. Okay, and these are the results. These are the results or your findings, and in the end, basically a very important thing is interpretation of those results. In that condition, within that boundary condition, within that particular conditions, your findings, these are your findings, right? And they might be increase or decrease. Okay, that depends on some very closely closed parameters. Okay, highly dependent parameter, less dependent parameter. Now these days response surface methodology is there. So experimental, the design of experiment you can do. So most effective parameter you may consider, and this weightage you can find. So this is another way. Okay, for design of experiment and other things, very important, very good techniques. Okay, in methodology. So this means for this experimental work, this time saying, so means if suppose you have the result in the form of the tabular form, or it could be the graphical form, or right. So this and they have the proper interpretation or with the proper logic. And in fact, one more thing during the discussion, one more thing you can do, and you must do that thing. In the literature review, many research article you will find like these are very close to your research work, and under those conditions, these are the findings. But you have you have done some modifications. Okay, some parameter you picked some parameters which are which you think and this could affect the performance of that system. Okay, so in that way you can compare the results. And for comparing the result, you can use the many statistical analysis also, R square, okay, means percentage, means better way the findings, or many statistical chi, many things are there, okay. Many parameters, so means with proper logic, and you can compare your result with existing findings, okay. What this is very generalized structure, IMRD, sometimes we call, say, IMRD format, okay. Introduction, methods, results, and discussion. Of course, in methods depends, I'm just coming back in the methods. And in methods, if suppose your paper is related to numerical simulation, okay, today I will show you one research paper. One of my student, she has done the simulation modeling for solar photovoltaic systems, okay. Or it could be the experimental work also. So in experimental work, the experiment should be the whatever all the experiments should be very clearly defined over there. Means if suppose someone want to replicate your system, so he can he can easily replicate your system. So all information must be given in proper way, okay. So this is one format. So basically, during preparing our manuscript, we have many errors, and because of sometimes some negligence of some minute things, what happened at the editorial level itself, it will reject, okay. If suppose one paper is reject from 5 to 6 times at the editorial level, it really demotivate the student. And student generally say, and many of my students, sir, what happened, my paper is not accepting for the review itself, but others have already accepted or published. We have started the work at the same time, but in my paper, then I usually say, please have patience. This is of course it is quality of the work is of course matters, but sometimes what happened, few small mistakes are there, which you are not able to identify, and because of that reason, and constantly you are doing the same thing. So please improve such kind of the things, okay. Sometimes students are also very adhere, like whatever I have done, this is correct, very much correct, okay. So generally it happens in the beginning of the research tenure, right. So means in abstract, the not representing the all information. So means basically abstract, I have already discussed with you, this is a combination. Means abstract, if suppose in abstract the maximum there are the 10 to 15 line statements, and within those 10 to 15 statements, readers should understand what is your aim, what was the problem. Now you are going to sort out that problem, okay. This was your aim, and for sorting out that problem, what method has been followed, what technique has been followed, and what was your findings in terms of the results. If suppose the comparison means if suppose some improvement is there, okay, so that was the improvement with the proper reasoning, and then the concluding line, right. And now, and in fact, the means complete the in within the 200 words, the complete information must be there. These points must be covered, and finally one statement or recommendation also. Yeah, okay. So only one statement means recommendation. The such kind of words are useful, especially for that particular thing, what you have been solved, okay. So, and introduction, and what happened, for example, yeah, you are writing one research paper for performing the solar photovoltaic system performance, economics, environmental analysis, optimization with the RSM, for optimization of its optimization of its design parameter, okay. installation design parameter during the installation, and especially the you can see, tilt angle. One tilt angle, suppose tilt angle is very important parameter. Okay, and so that you may consider. And so, but the student starts, your work is related to suppose some particular parameter, the tilt angle or some other things, so means design parameter of the solar photovoltaic systems. Okay, but you have started your work from the renewable energy or the energy crisis. I think there is no need to go back this much of in the past, like the renewable energy importance of the background. But start with the photovoltaic systems, solar photovoltaic systems, and their design and design parameter. And whosoever have worked on the design parameter, that you may discuss in your literature review section, the means third and fourth paragraph. Okay, that you can do. Please try to avoid energy crisis. Many of students are start with the energy crisis and environmental impacts of the conventional energy system. Paper is related to your optimization of the design parameter of the solar photovoltaic system, but you are starting with the energy crisis and linking with the environmental. Okay, it is fine, but writing one paragraph is not a good idea. You start with the performance of the solar photovoltaic. Start with the renewable energy system, solar photovoltaic system. This is direct energy conversion system. Okay, it could be the grid connected or the stand alone. And now the what are the design problem, and for the performance, for the better performance, what are the design parameter installation during the installation. Okay, so that start with directly with that itself, because your paper will read only those people who are related to solar photovoltaic systems, or those have the interest in the solar photovoltaic system installation, design, installation, and all, right? So no need to go back and start with the crisis and all. Okay, so means no general introduction for the new researcher and not enough literature review. Yeah, one more thing. Now the literature review for that particular paper, if means topic is suppose the impact of tilt angle, impact of albedo, impact of the means design parameter on the performance or performance of the solar photovoltaic system. But now in the literature review, people are start, and if suppose this is okay, and okay, so, but people are starting the literature review from very fabrication. Okay, it starts with the fabrication of, although you are, if suppose you are using the single crystalline or the monocrystalline or whatever particular type, but no need to write about the how to fabricate, and that person fabricate this efficiency, that efficiency. No need to means have the literature review or the literature review contain related to that parameter, related to those things. So means it should be more closer to your topic itself, right? Directly related to your research. It should not be diverted, means. So LR not related topic, this the problem statement. Yeah, and whatever the research, literature review you have done. Okay. Whatever the literature you have done, based on that problem statement or the research gap is there. Okay, so sometimes people forget this thing and directly they jump on the objectives, or sometimes what happened, people, most of the beginners, they do not mention the research gap or the problem statement over there, or objectives are not there, or say both things are not very much clear. Only they stop from that portion and start with the next section with the methodology. Okay, materials and methodology, or methodology or methods, right? So and one more thing, there should be proper connectivity between these paragraphs, means literature review, problem statement, or the research gap, and objectives. They are very all the connectivity must be there. Proper connectivity must be there, so that reader could link from your starting in the background, in the first paragraph background, then more specific related to that problem, that is statement, then literature review, then based on literature review, this is the basically problems we are facing, and this problem could be solved by implementation of the such factor, such things, or improvement of that factor. Okay, that we can do, and based on that, the experimental or the modeling has been done on on some specific tool, with the help of some specific tool, and with those objective, and objective is to find out these things. Okay, so like in that way, this we can do. So if suppose there is no clarity in the introduction section, and objectives are missing, and problem statement is not proper, then definitely your paper will reject at the editorial level itself, right? So please take care of this thing very carefully. Okay, now yeah, in as I have already mentioned, your manuscript could be simulation on simulation work. Okay, theoretical paper, it could be the theoretical paper itself, or some simulation modeling, analytical modeling, or say some numerical simulation. Okay, so or it can be the experimental work also. So in experimental work, need to have the reader to understand what experiment you have done. Means in the experimentation, the proper picture of the experimental setup must be there, or say either the proper picture, and it is a kind of proof also, like the reviewer can have the trust on you. Okay, this picture of the setup is there, that means this is the real thing. And sometimes what happen, some of the reviewer, they ask the schematic diagram. They say no, in photographs is not clear, and proper leveling has not been done. Leveling means the indication of the different components of that particular experiment setup is not indicated. Either you do the leveling, or say the better to put it into the schematic diagram. Means isometric schematic diagram. Okay, so that that depends on the mood of the reviewer. Sometimes they ask, okay, for the verification, the experimental picture. Sometimes they say no, schematic figure better, for the better understanding, picture is not clear, so please make the schematic diagram, and which clearly show all the components over there, right? So that thing. And sometimes what happened in the experimental section, that means dimension of some components are not given properly. Okay, so this is another problem. Means if suppose something is something you are going to hide. Okay, if suppose the paper have already been published some on other factors based on that experiment, then it is fine, you may give the reference itself, so that is okay. Okay, but if something is missing related to your experimental setup, some parameters, or say during the experiment, I always say experiment means what kind of the instruments are being used for observing the performance affecting parameters and their reliability. Okay, how much what is the reliability, and when you calibrate all those equipment. Okay, for example, for the thermal system, you have you have to measure the temperature in the different places. Okay, so means that temperature measuring system with the probes, and it could be the K type, or say this IC based measuring system, and there could be many kind, or like if suppose temperature are being temperatures in the different places are being measured, the 2-3 kind of the systems. Okay, means for some measuring the surface temperature, In some places you are using the thermocouple, in some places you are using the infrared thermometer, in some places, or say ambient temperature you are measuring simple this mercury based thermometer. So means all these equipment should be calibrated before starting the experiment. Okay, and calibration you may do the water bath. If suppose the temperature is not exceeding the 100 degrees centigrade, in that case the water bath can be used with the gel type. One gel type thermometer is there, the yellow colored gel type thermometer we used to, and it is very reliable. And okay, so means you can set the temperature in the water bath, and then means drop all the this thermocouple and all the temperatures measuring sensors in the water itself, and slowly you just take increase and start with the room temperature itself. And sometimes what happen, this is very means economic technique. Generally we such kind of techniques we generally use in the solar energy, solar thermal energy experiments. Okay, so we start with the room temperature. Generally in India, suppose in the Delhi, during the winter season the temperature, lowest temperature is around the 5 degrees centigrade. Then I ask my student, please start the experiment from the 4-5 degrees centigrade temperature, so that you will have the wide range from 4-5 degrees centigrade to the 98, 99 or 97 degrees centigrade. Okay, temperature could be there. So now with the help of some statistical analysis, the calibrate it, linearize it. Okay, so and incorporate that calibration factor. Okay, in the reading of that particular temperature, right? So means I mean to say in your experimental section there should be a proper clarity of what kind of the equipment has been used and how much they are reliable. And one more thing, how much they are reliable, the calibration, when they those instrument has been calibrated. Okay, it is not necessary like whenever you do the experiment, every time you have to calibrate. It is not like that. But after a certain period you have to calibrate. Okay, and in fact the reliability of your measuring system can be done with the help of the uncertainty analysis. So if suppose you are doing experimental work, please do not forget uncertainty analysis. Okay, so please do not forget uncertainty analysis, otherwise you will find that comment, and that comment is very common for experimental work. Okay, so now means all the information related to your experimental setup, all dimensions, what material have been used. Okay, then the observation, the parameters or the factors which affect the performance of the system are measured measured by the different instrument, and instrument specification must be very clear. Their reliability in terms of uncertainty analysis. Okay, and all observed parameter you can make one table and for including all observed parameter over there itself, right? And uncertainty analysis in terms of statistical parameters. And one more thing, okay, so and this is experimental, related to experimental observation and uncertainty. Now the after getting or these parameter, or you have observed these parameter, now you have to do the data analysis also. Analysis in terms of means based on some formula, based on some relations, mathematical relations, you can find the performance of that particular system by using those observed parameters. Okay, so proper methodology must be there. Proper methodology, all formula, or if suppose thermal modeling is there, then proper thermal modeling must be there. right? And okay, some comment has come. What is the software to do the uncertainty? See, SPS is there, and many statistical based softwares are there. Okay, so that and even those software means statistical parameters are available in your Excel itself. Excel have lot of usability. Okay, in the data analysis. If suppose someone know the Excel itself, it really very useful tool for the data analysis. Okay, data analysis and for systematic arrangement of the data. This is and SPS is also there, right? Okay, okay. I'm really very happy to get such this query in between. So don't feel I will be interrupt. But it really helps me a lot. If suppose something is there, please write. So that's not a issue. Okay. So right, then the systematic that flow must be there. Yeah, one more thing in that the flow chart, you can add the flow chart also for your experimental purpose of experimental and all the methodology. Okay, so that flow chart is also sometimes very useful. However, now now people are not but that flow chart should have some creativity also. Okay, means in better way that you can do. Okay, and of course, if suppose this is modeling work, definitely the flowchart is matters a lot. And now, yeah. So this is the means this is the total complete part of methodology, methods, materials and methods. Materials means experimental setup and other things, and what material has been used for the experimental purpose. Methodology, the complete methodology for using observed parameter to get the performance of that particular system or some. Okay, so that now come to your resultant discussion section. Only analysis, no discussion or the comparison or something. So see, this is another problem, and your paper is get rejected because of only results are given over there in the form of the table or in the form of the graph, but there is no discussion. Why this parameter is varies like this, and if suppose this is flat or constant, or it is increasing and decreasing or some. Okay, and some waveform is there, and why it is happening, there is no logic, proper logic has been given, only the results. And I have seen the many research paper, and there you will find in the during in the result and discussion section, only the results are, they put the result directly. Okay, these are the result, they will not discuss anything. The results are given in the table this, for table 1, for table 2, table 3, table 5, like in this way, and they don't discuss anything, because the interpretation of the results is very important. And if of course once you interpret all the results, then to justify your research or to justify your work, definitely the comparisons must be there. So whosoever have done the work in the within that within means following the almost the same methodology, or in the under the different circumstances. Okay, you may compare your results also. If suppose you some person have taken the two parameter, two most affecting most performance affecting parameter, only the two, but now you are considering 3 or 4 or whatever more. Okay, that depend on the weightage of that particular parameter. Okay, so definitely your results are more accurate than this accuracy and other things. You can again you can do this statistical analysis. Okay, proper table must be there with proper statistical parameters. Okay, with respect to this much of you have to show your better research. Okay. And in conclusion, yeah, there is possibility of paper reject because of the not proper conclusions. What happened in conclusion, many I have seen the many research manuscript, they researchers basically they don't conclude in terms of the qualitative and quantitative results. They always write very general statement. This is increasing because of this is decreasing because of this, and this is good or this is bad. So means concluding remarks should not be like good, bad, increasing, decreasing, higher, lower. okay, such kind of statement should not be there. Particular proper findings should be there with small statement. Okay, there could the concluding remark, based on the present result, the following concluding remarks are as follows. Like in that way, one or two after this section heading, the conclusions, you may have two statement. The just give small in means background of that research work in very short. Okay, under those conditions, the concluding remark, the following could be the concluding remarks, and there could be 7 to 8, 5 to 6, means very concise information is given over there, right? So, of course, after giving this in concluding remark, and the 7 to 8 bullets form with the in concisely form, or in fact the proper information must be there. Okay, then after that, closing statement must be with recommendations. Okay, and of course one more thing, in the closing statement, before the recommendation, you must mention your limitations. Okay, one should not hide the your limitation or weakness. Okay, this was the limit, this was the weakness, this was the limitation of our work. Because what happened, sometimes there are many constraints, financial constraint also. So for measuring equipment, or many things are there, many things are related. Okay, sometimes money problems is also there. You cannot have you may not have good instrument. Okay, so proper insulation is not there, observance cost, and many factors are involved. So those limitations you please mention over there. And this is the, if suppose these limitation is overcome, the results could be better, in the better finding, and the researchers are encouraged to do the same thing with this with the I mean to say with this facility. Okay, and the recommendation, and this recommendation means whatever the findings are over there in the research article, and it can be implemented in for the commercial level or industrial level. Okay, after incorporating this thing like in that way. So with the concluding line, it's with the recommendation line, you have to close that thing. And before this conclusion, what happened, there are possibility, if suppose someone have not include the acknowledgement also. Okay, this is another thing. But however, it is generally reviewers say, okay, you have not acknowledged, or say sometimes the editorial assistant itself, they return back your manuscript, and they say, okay, acknowledgement has not been mentioned, or your conflict of interest is not mentioned over there. Okay, so what I my suggestion is, you please better to better include the acknowledgement section itself, there itself. And yeah, one more thing, before acknowledgement, the nomenclature should be added. Okay, so if suppose experimental work is there, and you have been used all those experimental data, okay, some methodology is there, some formula, they in formula are having some representation of some symbols are given over there. There could be the simple symbol, or the English some abbreviation is there, symbols are there, Greek letters are there. So those, please, in the nomenclature itself, you please mention all the whatever the nomenclature you have been used, you please mention over there. Okay, sometimes that is also very important thing, which generally student don't take care about nomenclature, and this could be the one of the reason for means which shows the seriousness basically. Okay, and references should have the consistency, and they should have consistency means the format of the references, either this is there are many formats are also there. You please check which format is means allowed in your guidelines, authors guidelines. So accordingly you have to frame that. Okay, now these days the setting this references are very easy. Okay, so that is given in the in the word itself. Okay, so but there should be consistency, means all the references are written in same format. Okay, format should not be changed. It is not like that after author's name year is given sometimes in one reference, in 1 and 2 reference, authors after years is given after author's name, but in others it is at the end. Okay, and one more thing, the now these days people means editorial board or editors or editorial board, or say the reviewers, they encourage to use the DOI number. Okay, DOI. So you please mention the DOI at last itself, right? So means these are the basically the possibility of rejection that you can avoid before submission. Okay, so please take care of all those things in the different sections. Yeah, one more thing, I forgot. If that was on the in case of the modeling, simulation modeling, in that case the methodology, third heading would be the methodology. In that methodology, so that means those numerical simulation results, those simulation results, whatever the you have means your finding must be validated. How can you validate it? It could be validated with the experimental value. Okay, if suppose you have not done experiment, then if someone has done the experiment in the similar kind of the condition, similar kind of the environment, okay, then you may compare your result with already published research paper based on the experimental work. Okay, and if suppose someone have if suppose experimental work is not there, but the similar kind of the things, similar means however you have done some, definitely some novelty must be there, some difference must be there, means similar kind of methodology has been used in under different conditions. Okay, so you may use the such results also, however it is not much increased. Okay, so means I mean to say the validation of your result, numerical or the theoretical result must be there with either with some experimental work, or say some already published paper, numerical simulation based paper itself, right? Yeah, so now yeah, one more thing I forgot, and there is also chances of rejection of thesis article because of this what is called this. Sometimes people generally use I, me, was, I have done, we have done, and done by it is done done by us. Okay, such kind of statement should not be there. Okay, active type statement should not be passive. Always write in passive. Okay, and one more thing, yeah, experiment. Please write all the experiment, the sentence in means in the experimental section in the past only. Right? Only you please use the past tense in the experimental section. And for abstract, try to use in present or present perfect, in the present tense only, in abstract. You will not believe, recently one of my paper come back to me because of I have not actually given much attention on that thing, on that paper, and it was rejected. And the comment has come to me, abstract has been written in the past tense. Unfortunately, I couldn't give attention, or because of some time constraint, I said, okay, it is fine, it is fine. Saw that, but that comment has come, and for the rejection is based on that comment only, because the abstract has been written, but it is not the hard and fast rule. But usually we do in the present tense only. The abstract must be written in the present tense, or experiment always. What I feel, what I do means, it is uh, based on my experience only. Okay. Otherwise, you may say, no, sir, I have seen many papers which in the present perfect tenses also, the experimental section has been written in the present perfect also. So, for English point of view, just to please take care all those things. And sometimes this articles are very much use of the da. All the sentences are start with the da. Punctuation. Okay, so these are, so means such kind of, I will show you later. So now this introduction, here is the process which I use. Okay, so for the introduction, think about how most of the things I have already discussed. So think about a topic you want to present for some days or weeks. Okay, means thinking of the topic means this thinking of means your introduction background section only. Okay, and in introduction section, how about the figures and tables, we generally not include. Yeah, if suppose there is a review paper, then only we can include the tables or some figures also. Okay, otherwise in research paper we don't include the figure or table. But for our understanding, for making it in better way, in the rough paper, before the compilation of the research paper, we can have some figure, whatever comes in our mind, we can draw one figure or some and the flow diagram or some block diagrams that we can do. We can what I need to do, that we can write in that systematic way, right? So then write quickly as possible, if then write as quickly as possible, as thinking out loud, get everything down, ignoring spelling, yeah, grammar style, and troublesome words. Okay, means writing should be very straightforward. It is not a literature. In literature, I can understand someone may write a sentence in very beautiful and very twist way. So, but in for the for this mm, means for the writing the research paper, there is no need to write very fascinating words, no need to use the fascinating type of words. On a simple way, means proper communication must be there. And sometimes what happen, the people generally use the same words again and again. So this is not a good practice. Okay, so correct and rewrite only when the whole text, yeah. So b means in the starting only you just compile the things. Okay, once all the sections are compiled, I'm asking all the sections. Section means right now I'm not including the abstract. Okay, once, like all sections means introduction, materials and methods, result and discussion. Of course, in the starting of the research, your PhD or the research work, of course, what we do, we start with the literature review. Some literature review has been we have done in the literature review in the separate sheets. Okay, based on literature review, that methodology has been framed in some separate sheets. This is the methodology. Okay, this based on that literature review, if suppose some experimental work, experimental setup is there, and during the experiment setup, the all I would like to suggest you, please take all the pictures. Anyone can object at any time, whether for your thesis compilation, definitely the all pictures in the means step by step pictures for the fabrication stage, different fabrication stages. This is very necessary, and sometimes examiner ask, okay, have you fabricated, or it has been taken, means it has been purchased ready made. If suppose you said, no sir, I only fabricate Okay, you have fabricated, what is the stages, and how did you fabricate, how did you design. So everything must be clear, right? So now after compilation, after the proper literature review, the experiment setup is there. Okay, in experiment setup, this is the methodology, and after that methodology, some programming is supposed done with that methodology has been programmed either in Excel or some software itself. Okay, so now just to find out the result, these are your results. Compile your result in the form of the figure, tables, and other things. Okay, then explain it. Those results and other things. Please explain. Yeah. And then explain. And now means all sheets are separate. Okay, you are not combining all the sheets. Literature review, okay, you have done on these sheets are separates. Then materials and methods, experiment setup is there, and all pictures, steps, observations, observation table is there, methodology section, and okay, fine. Now result and discussion, all the results are given over there. Then please, yeah, one more thing, the result in most of the time, what happens, the result and section are combined together. But in few research few journals are there where they say, oh no, keep separate the results and discussion, you please keep separate. But I personally, it is my thinking, I do not prefer the separate sections. Means results, wherever the result there itself, otherwise the things will repeat. Okay, and one more thing, repetition must not be there. A similar kind of sentence should not be used. Okay, you please use the sentence in some other way. Okay, similar kind of trends are suppose there. Then in if suppose the 5 paragraphs are there and all the 5 paragraphs are written in the similar way, this is not means not someone will not encourage this. Of course, some creativity must be there. Okay, creativity is not like literature or the English literature or some other literature, but some means this is a research paper, of course, so you have to be very much care by the writing and the proper sentence. Now correctly write only the yeah see what now this is okay. Now just think over the result and means you're finding results and all the discussion over there, just read two, three times and close your eyes after that and just think what your mind has catch and what is remembered in your mind. Definitely the striking point only would be in your mind. Okay, so striking point, so those striking point just write down on the paper or type on the worksheet and just conclude. Now whatever points are strike means came to in your mind, okay, just to remind and just to think over, means I mean to say just close your eyes and think whatever you have done in the 1.5 month related to introduction. Okay, literature review, I have done the literature review within that periphery, within that okay boundary. Okay, now the methodology section, the result, your findings were those, and because those findings are because of that reason, logic, whatever comes in your mind, you just write down the roughly. Okay, these are basically your concluding remarks. You will get in your mind those things only which are more striking. Okay, so just write down the 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever the bullet points are there, and okay, which covers the complete finding. Okay, with the proper like in that. So now you just please combine all together, all the section in single sheet. Okay, now this is time for correct. Read, revise, then read, revise, and this process will continue till both the scholar and supervisors are satisfied. Okay, sometimes what happens, student get puzzled during revising. Okay, sir, sometimes sir is saying this thing, sometimes sir is saying this thing, sometimes he say that this come before this section, this is, sometimes he say that after this section. So so basically what happened, uh, uh, I means idea basically keeps on changing. Okay, so you please don't be afraid with this condition. Okay, so sometimes it happens, and many of the student they have complaint with their supervisor, sometimes sir is saying like this, sometimes sir is saying like this, what is correct? You take both the things to the sir, teacher, your teacher, advisor or supervisor. Okay, so and of course the perfection or means better article or better that piece of paper will come uh, only because of the read and revise methods only. Okay, of course there could be 3 times 4 times sittings could be there, but these are the simple things only you have to take care. Okay. Now sorry, definition of the scientific or the introduction, like accepted original scientific publication containing the scientific information to enable peers to assess observations, to repeat experiment, okay, to evaluate intellectual processes, must have an impact, available to the scientific community without restriction, available for the regular screening by one or more of the major recognized secondary services, online basis, this PubMed, Scopus and other things. Okay, so these are the some agency they generally charges some amount for their services. Okay, but if suppose someone want to take, they may take. Otherwise, if if they could able to do the hard work, then they can do the themselves itself. Believe me, I have published many research paper in conference journals, but I have not taken any kind of this such services. Okay, because one thing is like we do not have such fund. Fact is this. Okay, our university means doesn't support for such kind of the fund for correction or grammatical or say, this means framing of the manuscript, and okay, such kind of the for such kind of facility. And in fact, these all services to avail all these services, we have to pay in a huge amount in USD. Anyway, if suppose we have some funds, then it is fine. We may take the we may take such facility. Okay, otherwise it's fine. So one thing, of course, you before starting some ethical point of view, okay, you must take care. Means ethical issue like if suppose sometimes what happened, many of it happens almost all with all the researchers, they are using facility, others facility. Okay, because sometimes what happened, in the same lab, you do not have all the facility. You are just you are taking help of other teacher or say other student in other lab within the department itself, but you don't acknowledge. Okay, you must acknowledge in the acknowledgement section. And if suppose someone has done work, substantial work in your thesis, in your writing your article, then he or she could be co-author. It is my thinking. Okay, so the proper weightage should be given. If suppose someone has if suppose someone if suppose someone properly means contribute, okay, or substantially contribute in some research work. So if suppose some restriction like university is generally not allowed third person to include their name, they only in my university for getting the degree, this is one of the restriction like only the student and authors are allowed. Student authors means students and the supervisors are only the authors for that particular manuscript. At least 2 research manuscripts are required for the submission of the thesis. In those 2 manuscripts, only scholar and their supervisors name should be there. No other person could be included. Sometimes this such kind of the problems are there, but okay, fine. Then if suppose you are writing the third paper, then you please give the proper weightage. Okay, so you may compensate in that way itself. Okay, so and one more thing in ethical issues, what happened, the people are generally not they do not cite the facts. Okay, if suppose some facts are given as facts are taken from some research paper, okay, so and you are using those things in your research paper, right? So you must properly cite all those facts. Okay, so this is one thing. And so the style and language, grammar, English, punctuation, proper punctuation, that I have already told, like abstract should be written in the present tense. It is my tips. Okay, I'm not saying this is universally truth, but I followed. I usually follow this okay, and experiment, and this resultant discussion could be in the present perfect. Okay, this means over there we are explaining basically the some figure or table and some data. Okay, so there could be the present perfect tense. So article, structure of the paper, I have already IMRD structure could be there for the experimental work. Okay, means methods and materials, materials and methods. Sorry. Okay, IMRD structure and component. Different component of the paper means within basically within materials or within the methods. I have already discussed like experimental work, the experimental setup, fabrication. It's what is called used instrument, their reliability, their parameters, and then uncertainty analysis and all, right? So internal components must be properly written over there. Yeah, in article submission process or article general selection, if you remember my last talk, general selection means I think I should tell again, because based on, see, we have time. Okay, so okay, that I will demonstrate. Please note down this thing. In the next session, I would like to demonstrate this thing, the how to select the journal with respect to the one of my research paper. Okay, recently we written this research paper, one of my by one of my student. I would like to show how the selection and how would I select the journal. Okay, so okay. So with the help of it, but usually what basically I decide the journal based on Q quartile, whether this Q1 quartile means Q1, Q2 and Q3, or say imperfect also. Okay, so based on that only, usually I send first first time in the good very high impact factor only. Okay, if suppose it is repeat again and it is rejected again and again, so then but anyway, reviewers comments are also sometimes very helpful. It's not sometimes, most of the times are very helpful for improving the manuscript. And now the publisher process and peer review, uh, this is basically while while selecting the journal. So let me have select one journal for publication, our research article. So it is necessary to cite some people. Yes. Yeah, this is a very important thing, Avinash. Yeah, this is but this that practice we will do later. Right now we are only the compilation stage. Okay, once it is compiled, I will show you this that once our research paper is compiled, okay, then compiled means compiled in proper format or with proper formatting and everything. Now we have to select the journal. Okay, and once the journal is selected, then we have to include the 2-3 research paper from that particular journal only. Okay, to make it to show this our work is within the scope, aim and scope of that particular journal. Okay, so that practice we will do. Okay, okay, and of course this process and peer review process, publishers process, we should very much clear before sending the paper, that we can see the first decision within the 1 week, 2 week, 4 week, and the overall publication in some of the journal in Spinja, and I should not take the name over there, and many many journals are over there. They takes almost the 11 month, or sometimes what happened, they published your paper, online publication is there, but they will give pagination or the volume in the another 1 year. Okay, so almost the 1.5 year are required for the complete publication. Okay, for summation of thesis, acceptance is fine, but sometimes what happened, award is there. Okay, institute or university is giving some award for the public based on your publication. In that time, of course, that if suppose the pagination has been done, the paper will not, you will not award it for that particular research paper, although it has been accepted. Okay, so so this is one thing. So I mean to say, you must aware with these key element before submitting. Okay, before submission, you please some ethical issue, style, language, structure of the paper, component, article submission process, journal selection, how to select the journal, and of course the processing time. Okay, processing time and about that particular journal. Okay, so you should make your mind, make up your mind like related to the process. Sometimes what happened was actually I cannot take the name on this open platform because the recording is also going on. Otherwise, in personal communication, I can say the few journals in some particular publishing houses they takes a lot of time. So if you are you have limited time, please do not submit your manuscript in those journals. Okay, those names I will tell you later in the off the record. Okay, I cannot say over here. I cannot take the name over there. Okay, so yeah, this is another now these days on almost all publishing house, whether this is Elsewhere or say Wiley or say Springer, the disclosure of conflict of interest is there. I will show you one thing. Now, this conflict of interest is generated online. Okay, but this online can be online generation can be done during your summation process only, because that link comes over there itself. So right now it would be a bit difficult me to show you over here, because that we can I can show you during the uploading paper. Okay, otherwise the same format is available in the most of the research paper, research journal website itself, the disclosure. Okay, we must disclose the financial issue. Okay, or some, if suppose some biological paper, then animal or something, okay, testing it and other things. Of course, the acknowledgement of the funding sources, proper the funding sources properly, all the things means funding agency, name of the funding agency, and grant number, year. Okay, you must write all these three things. If suppose the grant number is not given, you will be asked again and again, please, you have written, you have acknowledged this such and such organization for the funding as a funding source, but you have not mentioned this means grant number. Okay, and PI and co-PI names are also given, also sometimes are mandatory for mentioning in the during the uploading your article. Okay. This is very important. Image manipulation guidelines. Actually, it happens in case most of the times, if suppose the research paper, original research paper, then you will not find such problems. But for the review paper, definitely you will find such kind of. You will not believe, one research paper we have. Please note down this thing also. I will show you one review paper recently published, food engineering review in Springer. It is having impact factor around 7. Actually, what happened over there? We have changes were made in the figures, and means we first we took directly all the figures in that review paper form, directly form, and this but after taking this, in the later stage, we modified, we make the color change, labeling and other things we have done. Okay, some color, some minor thing we have done, minor changes were done, but we found one comment after this review and about other things, and the later stage we found one comment. No, all figures are seem to taken directly, and they are more resemblance with the published paper. However, we have cite over there. We have already cited over there all the figures along with the made some changes, but still so you will not believe all the figures has been changed with a schematic diagram. I will show you that picture. That paper is now published. Okay, so such kind of problems sometimes we may face. Sometimes, although image, if suppose we are not taking directly the same image, whatever published already published in some research paper, and otherwise what happened, we have to take the permission from the right link access. Okay, and we are not basically we are researcher, we are not the commercial, we are not using any material for the commercial purposes. This is for only the research, and research means technology dissemination through publishing papers in the good journals. Okay, so we may take we should always take the permission, suppose we are taking directly, or otherwise, and better to change or better to redraw yourself. Okay, and sometimes what happened, whatever the changes you have done in the original figure are accepted, but almost now these days almost the 80% the people are not accepting the things. So please redraw all the in the review paper. You will some of you may have already faced such kind of the problems, like in the review paper, in the good review journal, like for example the renewable and sustainable energy review, or some food engineering review, the good research paper, good research journal which are having the high impact factor, they really do not encourage to take the picture or table as it is. And many times what happen, student don't want to do any work. So what they do, they directly copy and paste table over there in there. Okay, directly. They said, no sir, I have given the citation. No sir, I have given the citation. But this is not really the proper way. And table should always be the editable format. Okay, you should always draw the table, and and you can easily make change. Lot of way to change all the tables instead of taking directly. If you are taking directly, really it will be problematic at any stage. Okay, so please don't do such kind of things. And supplement information, the data sheet, video, and other information. Now the good journals, they are encouraged to send all the information, all the data set. If suppose programming is there, if suppose video during the performing your experiment, video is there, then please upload such kind of supplemental information. And I remember long back what I used to supplement. Actually, by the time that plagiarism report, what happened in most of the, however I used to check plagiarism or the similarity in the alternative only. Okay, so but sometimes I don't know why that such kind of comments generally come. Your manuscripts are having the almost similarity 36%, therefore we are rejecting. And it happens almost 7-8 year back. I'm just telling that story in the 7-8 year back. Then I thought I always upload after checking whether how much similarity index is there. Generally, for review paper, I generally keep it around the 17-18%, and for the research paper around the 12, or it can be lower. Or if suppose everything is original, then definitely it will not come. Okay, so it will be less than 10%. So if suppose the less than 12% is there, the 11-10 is there, then it is fine, and it is accepted in most of the journals. Almost all journal it is accepted for the original research proposal. Okay, similarity. Okay, fine. And in fact, what I used to do during that time, supplementary information, I used to upload that complete plagiarism report over there. And you will not believe, really it helps a lot. Okay, so because of this happens because of the settings basically. Okay, sometimes this many of words, 14 word, 10 word, this word, a lot of settings you can do over there, but all settings should not be unethical. Okay, within the purview of that all the guidelines, right? So we should not do the wrong means adopt the wrong practices. Okay, so later or sooner you will be exposed. So with the honesty itself, you can do a lot of good things, and it may take some time. It is my advice to all the scholars. Please do not do any unethical things, especially in the writing publishing paper. For publishing paper, I can understand the first paper or second paper, it may take almost 11-12 months. Or you will learn lot of things during the rejection itself. Okay, during the rejection itself, and rejection with, if suppose the rejection is with the proper reviewer's comment, then really it is lots of help. Okay, sometimes we couldn't able to understand what betterment we can do, what improvement we can do. Okay, only the third person can do that. Yes, and you may take the help with your colleagues itself. Okay, or some other person which are who are not directly related to your work. Definitely he will give you the if suppose he is your true friend, okay, he will give you the good suggestion. Okay, it helps a lot. Okay. So yeah, this is style and language. I already okay. I have already discussed the refer to the journal's edit or author's guide for note on style. Okay, some author write their paper with a specific journal in mind. Yeah, Avnash has told me. Okay, sometimes what happened, researcher, they frame their mind, just they make up their mind. Okay, Avnash have decided I will publish only in the solar energy journal. Okay, so within that mindset, he will include some already published paper related to his work, and okay, and publish in that particular in the Sunni, so or some particular journal itself. Okay, so he will cite the 3 4. It always help, of course. Okay, so of course, many people they have desire, uh, okay, I will publish paper in that journal, that particular journal. I do not want to take right now the journal name intentionally. Okay, there are many good journals. For example, okay, just for the energy technology point of view, the energy conversion management, energy cleaner energy production. Okay, applied, if suppose some thermal analysis is there, the applied thermal engineering. If suppose some this uh, this related to the hybrid energy power generation. Okay, so in that case the energy journal is very good. Okay, elsewhere on itself, and like means energy, renewable energy, applied energy, and renewable energy and sustainable. Okay, solar energy, renewable energy, and these are the very good journal related to energy technology area, right? So I think that we have already discussed in that last time. So sorry. um, so this means some authors write their paper with a specific journal in mind. Yeah, okay, this is good. Sometimes it is good, but you should not be. Otherwise, what happened? You should be flexible in that sense, for that sense. Okay. Otherwise, it will sometimes what happen, student or scholar becomes frustrated. If suppose you have a lot of expectation, like you will say, each and everything I have formatted within the guide, as per the guideline of this particular journal, but they reject. This happens many times, so be flexible. It is fine. Yeah, you have some desire to publish paper in the good journal, this is fine, of course this is fine, but you please make yourself flexible in that sense. So others write the paper and then adopt it to fit the style and journal they subsequently choose. Okay. This is fine. Okay, means this is I will show you how to check the means journal finder. Basically this is elsewhere journal finder, the Springer journal finder, Wiley journal finder, or in overall you can journal finder, you can use the collaborate journal. Okay, collaborate journal means the there would be on the ESCI journal, SCI journal, SCIE journal. Okay, so that means as per your requirement you may choose the journals. But okay, so many times what happened, the people are interested to publish in some particular publishing house, like the Elsewhere only, the Springer only, the Wiley only, the Oxford. Okay, IEEE, ASME, ASC. So they want they prefer, oh, no, I want to publish within that society only. Okay, if suppose you are a mechanical engineer, no, I will publish in the ASME only. Okay, once your mindset is there, okay, that is fine, that is also fine. Okay, so it is not like you will get success. Okay, if suppose you have done proper all the guidelines, you have been followed all the guidelines proper way and incorporate do some mandatory things in your manuscript itself, and it has the nobility, then definitely it will publish. It is not like that. Okay. Mm, so now sometimes the acceptance or rejection depends on reviewer mood also. Okay, so okay, so objective is to report your findings and conclusion clearly and concisely as possible. Yeah, definitely. We have already discussed these things. Means objectives must be clear in your abstract, in your introduction, and the achievement of those objectives is written generally in the conclusion section. And just see the objectives, methodology, and concluding remark. They all should proper mapping should be must be there. Okay, in proper way, in sequential way is there. This is well and good. Okay, so objective. If English is not the first language, find a native speaker, native English speaker. Okay, it is fine if suppose you have some friend, or you may do some collaborative work also, because if someone is helping you, if suppose he is the professional, then he will charge some money. Otherwise, if suppose your friend is there, then you may give some proper weightage or properly acknowledge after corrections. Okay, that you can do. If English is not the first language, and yeah, such kind of problem generally we face in the Asian country. We generally face, whether the India, Nepal, or other country. So we generally face such English. See, English speaking is different thing, but the compilation is very different thing. And in fact, I have already seen many people. They are very fluent in English speaking, but they are not able to write even one correct sentence. They speak anything. Okay, they speak anything. A lot of very talkative in English. Okay, but once they start writing, believe me, they will not write even a single sentence correctly. This is another problem. Okay, so if English is not first language, find the native speaker if possible to review the content and language of your paper before submitting it. Okay, so yeah, this exercise should be done just before the submission of paper. Language, grammar, punctuation, use of the punctuation, articles. Not there should not be excessive use of the da and in. Sometimes it is, and as I have already discussed, like sometimes what the student do, they in suppose the abstract, there are total 15 sentences, and all sentence, or say the most of the sentence out of that 15 sentence, the 10 sentences start with the da. Please change it. Okay, all sentence if suppose starting with the, so the, it is not good. Just reframe it. Okay, there are many ways to reframe it, and of course now these days Grammarly and other good softwares are available, and they can freely check up to some few words. They can easily check freely. Freely, that services are freely available. Okay, for certain words, and okay, regardless of the primary language, find colleague editor, so editor, or to review the content and the language of the paper. Yeah, that I have already discussed. Like you can take the help of your colleague. Okay, for editing your research paper. Of course, the supervisor, being advisor or supervisor, this is our duty, and definitely we have to do that review and other things. Okay, we have to find out some mistakes and some correction. Whatever we can do, definitely. I used to do for my students all the English and grammar and language corrections. I used to do. I will show you that manuscript also. One manuscript recently I have corrected. Finally, it is at the words of the submission itself. Already I have corrected with 2-3 times before, but now it is at the final stage. I will show you. Please remind me, Avnash or Gaurav, please remind me this thing. Please note down. In the second half, I will show you that manuscript, and I will many things I will show you over there. Okay, what correction could be there? However, the very less corrections are there, but still some modifications which are needed to explain. Okay. So sorry. Okay, so be aware of essential part of the scientific paper. Already discussed all the things. Title: describe concisely the core content of the paper. In title itself, it is self-explanatory. What the work has been done, okay, and what is basically the content should reflect in your title. Okay, and it should not have more than it should not have more than the 100 character, or not more than 120 characters at the most. Okay, very concisely I will discuss with that manuscript itself. Okay. Abstract: summarize the major element of the paper. Okay, already discussed how to compile the abstract. Introduction: provide the context and rationale for this. Okay. Material: describe the experimental design, so it is reproducible. Okay, replicate, we can reproducible. If suppose someone want to check the correctness of your work, and so all information should be given. Okay, open to all for reproducing. Now, method: describe the experimental procedure in terms of this flow chart. Summarize results, summarize the finding without interpretation. Okay, discussion: interpretation the findings of the result of the study. And basically this is results and discussion section. It is single section only. The conclusion or summary to summarize the findings, all the major findings in qualitative and quantitative way. Okay, not increase, decrease, higher, lower, better, poor, not like that. Give credit to those who help or funded. Okay, even please mention your lab name also. Okay, because that lab has been set up because of your institute. Okay, the references: list all the scientific paper, books, website that you have been cited. If suppose the website is citing, then you must mention over there the access on such and such date. Access on such and such date, because the websites are generally keeps on changing. Okay, it keeps on updating. Dates are keeps on updating there. So now, yeah. Yeah. So steps in writing before you start for quality results: basically the make tables, draw graphs. Okay. Now these days the drawing graph is also very important. Means sometimes what happens, students generally draw a graph in very with negligence. Means it is what happened in the, for example, in the graph, they do not mention the because if suppose is the one axis, y axis and x axis graph is there, they always forget the unit. If suppose in on y axis something, the energy or the power is mentioned on the y axis, and and on the x axis the time frame is there. If suppose solar radiation versus, or say for example, ambient parameter. Okay, there are basically ambient parameter like the solar radiation, global radiation. Global radiation have the two parts: the beam and diffuse. Ambient temperature, relative humidity, right, and wind velocity. Okay, so I think these parameters are enough for any solar thermal systems. Okay, and even the solar photovoltaic systems also, these parameters are sufficient. Okay, so now it is better to represent all these ambient parameters in a single picture itself. See, means now you have to decide means which parameter would come on the y-axis, primary y-axis or the secondary y-axis. Okay, like the range. Now you have to check the range. If, for example, the solar radiations could have the range in between the 0 to 0 in morning itself, right? 0 to it could reach up to the 800. Okay. On the other hand, the ambient temperature could reach only about, in the tropical country, in the month of March. For example, it is Delhi. The maximum temperature is 31, 30 or 31. Yesterday I checked, it was the 31 only maximum temperature. Okay, now just see the range. Okay, now on the same axis you cannot draw the same axis. Means solar radiation as well as this ambient temperature you cannot means take on the same axis because of the range only. Because temperature is varying from 5 to 31 degrees centigrade. 5 in the night, 5 not 5, the 11 only. 11, 12 in the night, or the 11, 12 to 31 only. But the radiation, there is long wide range is there, 0 to 200, with 0 to 800. Okay, so and on the other hand, the beam radiations are there, or diffuse radiation. Diffuse radiation varies from the 0 to 200, and beam radiation 0 to 600. Right. So now you have to decide very carefully which parameter you are considering for which axis. Okay, that depends on the range. And in fact, one more parameter I mentioned over there, relative humidity. So relative humidity is within the 100% only. Okay, so relative humidity and ambient temperature could be on the same axis. On the y-axis, secondary y-axis, you can select secondary y-axis for plotting or representing the ambient temperature and relative humidity. On the primary y-axis, you may select for the global radiation, beam radiation, diffuse radiations. Right. Now, what parameter is left? The wind velocity is left. So, wind velocity you may fit on the secondary x-axis. Okay, so all parameter, the radiation, ambient temperature, relative humidity, and air velocity, all combined together in the single picture only. Okay, so so that you have to decide very carefully based on the range only. And now one more thing, color must be, you must have the different color with all the curves, and symbols which are being used, they must have the different symbols for all the representation must be the difference. Okay, sometimes what happened, so not sometimes, most of the times what happened, and in the printing, for online it is fine. For online printing, it always be in the colored pictures. But for while we taking the printout, in the black and white printout, it will mix. So you have to be very much careful about the representation of each and every parameter. Okay, this with the symbols, symbols itself. Okay, so that distinction must be there. Now, this summarize each table and this in a single sentence. Yeah, one more thing. You must cite all table, figure, and graphs in text. Okay, as shown in that figure, as that parameter is given in that table, and many times students generally they write and it is shown in that table. The shown is also fine, but we should not use it, is given in that table. Okay, and caption of the table is always on the top, and the figure title is figure caption is always on the bottom, and the title of the table is always on the top. Okay. And if suppose you have taken some, if it is review paper, then you please must cite that particular finding or remarks in some separate column, right? Okay, now the make additional note, record summary of the result and any observation along, although seems insignificant. Make additional note on the record summary of the result and any observation. Yeah, sometimes whatever insignificant factor you also keep with you, and in short you can mention in short in the real time discussion section only. Yeah, during compilation what happened, for a single paper, for a single manuscript, you will have many files. Many times your advisor return your file, okay, 3-4 times, so there will be a lot of confusion. So generally what I did, whenever I review manuscript of my student, after reviewing I change underscore AK stands for the Anil Kumar, dash date, suppose 3rd March, then 03/03/03 2023. In single day, sometimes what happened, most of my very what should I say, very good student, and they give very prompt response. Within 2 hours or within 3 hours, they will send again after doing the half work. They will not complete. They are in very hurry. They will send immediately after 2-3 hours. Sir, I have done. I am sending again. In that case, what it is really very difficult. In that case, I used to add _1, AK underscore date, AK underscore that file name, original file name, underscore AK, then dash date, then underscore 1, 2, 3. Date wise, I used to do such kind of, but to make the proper difference, proper identification on the which one is later manuscript. However, what I do, I used to delete that file immediately. Once I send back to the student, I delete from my system. Otherwise, really, it will be very confusing for me, and because right now I have more than 10, 15, or I think 15 student research scholar, and almost all the research scholars send manuscript one another day. Okay, after 1 day or 2 day or what, they repeat. Almost every day I am getting the manuscript from my student. So for handling this many of file, it is very difficult. So what I do, after sending back to them, I immediately delete. In the first draft, I usually delete. I never keep myself. The first draft or second draft, third, fourth onward, I just keep in my record, so that I cross check. I have given those comment, but he has not incorporated. Then I take online. Please come online on the Google Meet or other platform. Okay, then I show what happened. Still I'm getting the same thing. You have not incorporated my comment. What is reason? If you want some discussion, then please let me know. Okay, so we can have some discussion based on that. Sometimes it happens with the student feeling bored of to work on it from the long time. It happens. Okay, so now so writing any idea related to the connected research, whenever they come to you or 24-hour thinking, okay, you please note down all whatever the thoughts comes in your mind, you please note down in that particular folder and just write. If suppose the manuscript is under review, at the time of review you can incorporate that thing also. Okay, and sometimes such kind of coincidence is there. Whatever you are thinking in your research, in your manuscript, the same comment is coming from the reviewer. It happens. So make a literature survey on a field of interest, review your result and note again. I have already discussed. Choose the journal on the basis of conduct survey and your result. That we have, although we have done, but in the second half I will show you that manuscript and we will discuss. And quickly I will do. Okay, and I'm expecting from you more and more question based on your based on based on your facing the actual problem in your while you're compiling your work in the form of article. So okay, now uh, this is very important thing. Already I have already discussed, though the good title defines the fewest possible word and adequately describe the content of the paper. Yeah, means okay, within some few character 120, and use proper words, okay, which directly connected to your work. Title is extremely important, must be chosen with great care, and it will be read by thousands, whereas the few will read the entire paper. Okay, yeah, generally people researcher, they do not read all paper completely. They generally read title and abstract. If someone is more interested, then they will see the conclusion also. Okay, so because of that reason, the title is very important. Please do not use in title this abbreviations in the short form. Okay, if suppose the short form is there, then it will come along with the long form. I will show you. We have used, although please try to avoid the using any acronyms or short form in the title itself. Okay. Ja-
Excuse me, Professor.
yes.
Since this morning, it has been a wonderful meeting. Currently, in Thailand, it's time for a lunch break. Therefore, we would like to end our morning sections and start the afternoon section at the 1 p.m. Thailand time zone.
Okay, that means after 1.5, 1 hour, after 1 hour, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
50 minutes.
After 60 minutes, or say
Around 50 minutes. Yeah.
Around 50 minutes.
Yeah, we'll start the meeting again.
Okay. We will be here. Okay, please enjoy your lunch. Okay, Python, please have a good lunch and enjoy
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, so we will meet soon again after 50 minutes. Please enjoy your lunch. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to everyone in this afternoon sections. For those who have just joined the meeting, you're welcome to join us. Before we continue, if there's any questions, please feel free to leave it in the chat box. Now, without further ado, we would like to welcome our professor to start the afternoon sections. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back. Parapet, one more fellow about to join. One student from India, he wanted to join. I just sent him this link. So please allow him in between. Okay. So I hope you had wonderful lunch and now in sleeping mode also. But now it is my duty to Okay. So, okay, let us start now. Yeah. So now I will discuss a few more things related to title. At the same time, I will take one manuscript from my student. She recently submitted to me for review. So this is almost third and fourth time review. Now it is, I think, almost it is fine. But one more sitting is needed. One more review is needed at my end, right? So, so I will correspond the same thing from that manuscript itself. All the points I will correlate from that point. Okay. So, okay, now, okay, sharing. Yeah. So we were here only. Is it? I hope it is visible. So steps in writing titles. A good title is defined as few as possible words that adequately describe the content of the paper. Title is extremely important and must be chosen with great care, as it will be lead to thousands where the few will read the entire paper. The indexing and abstracting of the paper depends on the accuracy of the title. An improperly titled paper will lost and never be read. Yes. Okay. Title should neither be too short nor too long as to be meaningless. Okay. So means proper wording should be there. It should neither neither too short or neither too long. So waste word, studied, on, investigation, on, a, and articles. Please avoid all those things. On, a, and I will show you one. Okay, should not be used. Syntax, word order must be very carefully considered. Ordering of the word. So it should contain the keywords that reflect the content of the paper. So mind it, the keywords is always are either from the title or from the abstract. But at least out of 5 keywords, generally we give the 5 keyword to the into the manuscript. So out of that, at least 2 or 3 should come from title only. It should contain the keywords that reflect the content of the paper. It should be meaningful, not journal. It should be concise, specific, informative. What happened? Automatically it changed. Okay. Yeah. So okay, it should be meaningful and not journal. It should be concise, specific, and informative. It should be capture the fundamental nature of the experiment finding. Okay. Okay. So how to prepare the title? Make a list of the most important keywords. Whatever the whatever you have done in your experimentation, performance analysis, and findings, and what parameter have been found as a performance parameter or the most affecting parameter, right? So now these are the keywords basically. So make a list of the most important keywords. Think of the title that contain these keywords. Okay. Just first, based on overall, just close your eyes and think what you have done. Experiment, what was the experiment, what was the parameter that mostly affect on the performance. Okay. Then the what was and whether this is the modeling or experimentation or what, right? So just collect the keywords and now just arrange in some sequence. So think the title and contain the keyword. The title should state in title should state the conclusion of the paper. Okay. The title never contain the abbreviation, chemical formula. Generally we write, so you might have seen the in very good paper also CFD, computational fluid dynamics, for example. This is one of the example. Okay. So please do not use the CFD. Always write a computational fluid mechanics, computational fluid dynamic analysis. Okay. proprietary name or jargon, this should not be known. Rethink the title before submitting the paper, and be careful. And if they in title itself, some creativity is needed. If suppose many times the title generally it reflects the same with already published paper, so you have to arrange all the keywords in such a manner it should not that should not be means published earlier. Okay, so be careful about of the grammatical error due to the faulty word and order generally, and please do not put full stop. Okay, so what I'm thinking, the title, caption of this title of the paper, caption of figure, and title of the table, they never grammatically correct. Okay, so only these are basically the arrangement of few words. We never use is, am, are like things. So be careful of the grammatical error due to the faulty word in order. Okay, so in now I'm just showing you over here all these points. Okay, all these points. I'm going to show you, share. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this one. Okay, so this is that recent manuscript. See, this is third time, or I think fourth time came to me. I'm still I'm correcting it with some. So now just see over there. This seems too long. Okay, but what we were thinking to make it more effective, because lot of work have already been performed on the solar photovoltaic system and the performance of solar photovoltaic system. So what happened? We were trying, because with the performance of the solar photovoltaic system in terms of the economic, environment, and optimized using RSM, it will not be worthy. So basically, the two parameter we have taken, the impact of albedo and tilt angle on the performance of solar photovoltaic system. Okay, so we checked the impact of albedo and tilt performance of this in terms of economic, fundamental, and optimization of RSM, right? That we have done. Okay, so now let us see its earlier stage. See, I originally it was, my student has written, its title was an approach for. So please avoid to use the an, a, and the. Okay, an approach for performance analysis, an approach for performance analysis of solar photovoltaic system. This is also fine. It was also fine, but it is because the first half part of up to this, an approach for the performance analysis of the solar photovoltaic system. So it is most common. Okay, very generalized. So what I thought, better to make it some more what has been done. Basically, we have seen over here the albedo and tilted angle impact basically. Yeah, okay, so we can reduce its some albedo or tilt angle impact of this. We can avoid angle impact. Okay, so albedo and tilt angle impacts on performance analysis of solar system in terms of economic, environmental, and in fact the optimization using RSM. Okay. So what do you think? Do you have any suggestion for further improvement of this? Please, I'm waiting for your some comment or your participation through this chat box. Do we have anything? In title, in originally it was an approach for the performance analysis of solar photovoltaic system, economic environment and optimization using this. I try to more refine in terms of basically what happened. The through title, anyone reader can easily assess what is inside in this manuscript. Okay, what you have done, what factor has been considered. Okay, so this is one thing. And okay, no comment, so that means I am 100% successful. Thank you. Okay, so let us move forward. Okay, so this is basically this manuscript is written by one of my scholar, the Neelam Baghel, and he is a co-supervisor. I am supervisor over here, like that. Okay, now I will read this later on, but before that I'll come back on the slide because share now. Okay, now let us start with this. So this right. So sorry. Sorry. So abstract is basically in the 4 part. We have already the purpose, introduction, intro or purpose, or the basically aim. The present in this manuscript, the aim of this manuscript is like this. Then how this aim has been achieved with this approach. What is the method? This is the methodology approach, and then based on this approach, what were the findings? These are the result and findings, and what is originality means results in originality in terms of result means discussion based on the result which emphasize the originality of this work, right? Originality and novelty. And one more thing is missing over there, that is recommendations. Okay, to whom this manuscript will be more useful. Okay, so this is these are the 4 parts generally. Okay, let me read first, then I will come to that. So abstract, the language of the abstract or guideline, use the past. Use the past tense, but earlier I said use the present tense. Okay, so over here there is a lot of conflict in that. Some journal they prefer the present tense. For example, recently I just want to show you one. Okay, recently one paper they asked me. I'm just showing you advanced chemical engineering and process. Yes, manager will be submitted in double space and figure should be separate from the text. No. Anyway, so which one? Okay. So basically over here it is written past, but recently I received one comment from the reviewer, not reviewer, that was from editorial team in the just beginning. He like okay, so like it was please use the present tense. So I am also agree with this. The abstract means we are talking in the present. Okay, so it should be in the present only. Okay, so use present tense. Okay, so use the present tense to refer to what was done, present perfect, and what was found at this stage on the research. Use the present tense to comment on the significance of your research finding. Use active word active verb wherever possible. The study tested instead of it was tested. It was tested. Okay. Study tested, not why. Okay, please avoid this. Such kind of the words. Please avoid it. Okay. Such kind of sentence. Use non-evaluating language. The report, not comment on what you have done. Okay. So sorry. So steps in sorry. So steps in writing abstract. An abstract can be defined as a summary of the information in the document. It is fundamental importance that the abstract is written clearly and simply, as in the first and sometimes the only the part of the manuscript read. It should provide a brief summary of each main section IMRD that we have already discussed. If you remember, it should provide a means abstract is a combination of your all complete paper, right? Aim, methodology, results, discussion, and then recommendations. Okay. So this is the basically summarize in overall this is summary. So state the principal objective and scope of the in the this is the first, this could be the first sentence. State the principal objective and the scope of the investigation. Describe the method used. Summarize the result. Okay, so over here only the main results you can have only the main results, major finding. Okay, major finding, and state the principal conclusion. The overall conclusion means concluding is at the most two concluding statement at the most. Okay, an overall concluding statement. It is easier to write the abstract after completion of paper. Of course, abstract always write after completion of complete manuscript. Okay, write abstract. So now see then the criteria of this. Usually it should not exceed the 250 words. I usually say it should be around 200 words. Okay, because what happened sometimes most of the journals they want only the 200 words. If suppose your paper is rejected from somewhere and now you are submitting another journal which does not allow more than 200 words, so please prefer it should be around the 199 words or 200 words, less than 200 words, so that it will be universally acceptable in all the this and in fact and I remember in one of the journal in Springer journal only they asked us to write the abstract in the form of like means in the form of introduction, in subheading, an abstract introduction, few lines, then or say aim over there, the few lines, then methodology, then results and discussion, and then conclusion. They ask us to write in that format. I forget that it was very good journal. Okay, so but such kind of the format is very rarely seen. Okay, it is not very common kind of the format. So if it is required, okay, you are going to submit in such journal which required only in that format, then only it is prepared. Otherwise you may prepare this complete one paragraph only. There should not be any 2, 3, 4 paragraph, only the one paragraph. Okay, if until unless it is some specific or special kind of this abstract is demanded by the journal or with respect to the journal guidelines, then only you just prepare. Otherwise one single paragraph is sufficient. Okay, it should be written in the one paragraph. It should be written in the past. Sorry, this over here I should correct it. present. Sorry.
Excuse me, Professor. Your
Oh,
microphone.
sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I forgot to unmute. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So I was saying. Thank you. So I was saying like it should be written in the present tense. Long words should be followed by the abbreviation, which would be. So now, if suppose some long word is there, and you want to use abbreviation in further and throughout the manuscript, so here you can write that abbreviation over here, right? And just followed and the abbreviation itself in the throughout the manuscript. No need to write the complete this that words. Okay. And one more thing, very important. There should not be any citation in abstract. There should not be any citation. Okay. So it should never given any information on conclusion that is not stated in the paper. Yeah. One more thing. Generally, what happened, I have also seen during the review of the paper, many scholar, they put some such kind of the statement which is nowhere discussed in their manuscript. Okay, there were okay, so there were no discussion at all related to that such kind of the statement, and even the same kind of the mistakes generally researchers do in the conclusion section also. The things they have not studied in that article, they used to write such kind of the things. So please avoid. There should be proper mapping. Okay, proper connectivity between the aim or whatever your objectives with the conclusion, objective with the methodology with the conclusion or say in fact I will tell you later that thing. So it should never be any information conclusion that is not stated in the paper. So means any information which is not connected, which is not related to whatever the work has been conducted in that particular manuscript should not include. Okay, so must be accurate with respect to figure quoted in the manuscript. One more thing, the quantitative and qualitative, whatever the result you are going to show over here, those should be similar to that. Sometimes what happens, suppose the percentage, the 27%, you are writing the 27% over here, but inside the manuscript it is a 27.92%, 27.67%. So please, such kind of the mismatch should not be there. Okay, all figures should match throughout the paper. Okay, whether this is conclusion or say abstract or in result and discussion section. Okay, so please, such kind of discrepancies should not be there. Okay. Now see, in introduction, generally actually people do not follow this thing. I have already the general introduction. Instead of the general introduction, this should be the background basically. Okay, general, you can say the general or background almost same thing, but background means general, it could be the in wide spectrum, but the background is only related to that particular topic, that particular title, reference, with reference to your title. Okay, so so paragraph 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 could be the background and related and more related technology. Then third, okay, over here the literature review, literature review is given in the para 2, but we can consider the total the 4 to 5 paragraph over there. Okay. So then literature review, then this research gap. Okay, and then the objective approach, what methodology has been adopted, and what are your objectives. Okay, so such kind of the things we can 3 to 4 or and in fact sometimes 5 paragraph we may consider, because research objective and research gap could be the different paragraph, and sometimes sometimes most of the researchers merge it. So the merging is also fine. In merging, actually that the research gap is not clear. Sometimes reviewer may get confused. So to avoid such kind of things, we may keep it separate: research gap and objective of the objective plus approach paragraph. These are the last 2 paragraph, and these are in fact a very important paragraph. And in of course the research gap, most of the time researcher do the same mistake, like they do not write any single word related to research work. They, after literature review, they jump on the objective. They do not write the what is the novelty. Basically, it defines the novelty of your work. Okay, what has been conducted previously with those results, and those performance. Okay, now this is further approach, further scope of further further improvement, further scope of further research to improve its performance of some system, right? So in that sense, it is always advisable to write this research gap, right? So that we can do. And now what are the common problems associated with in this introduction? What is this, what field? Actually sometimes student they start with some means although it is close or means related, somehow it is related to the manuscript, but they start from the beginning itself. Okay, very fundamental, like working principle of something. So working principle and other, because for the chapter point of view it is fine, but over here we do not prefer to write the working principle. Many of them, in many of the manuscript we have seen the for low temperature thermal application, the people generally write the greenhouse effect. Okay, in this. So I think everybody knows, whosoever is working on the on the system, okay, and working on this, they know the greenhouse effect, so there's no need to explain. So not a latest literature. Yeah, actually, suppose you are going to submit the paper the 2023, and it is always preferred to include the whatever the research has been conducted even today, till today. I am going to submit the paper tomorrow, then till today whatever the research has been conducted in this area, in this particular field, that I have to include. Okay, so unclear problem statement is not clear. That means problem statement or the research gap that I was saying, it is not clear. Okay, but it should be very clear, and it should be clear with the novelty. Okay, so please take care. This third point, most of the research paper reject on from the editorial text itself because of the unclear problem statement, unclear research gap itself. Okay, so please underline this thing. Please do not forget to write the problem statement or the research gap before objective and after the literature review. Okay, so this is very important. Please do not ignore, and otherwise definitely your manuscript will reject immediately. Whatever, it doesn't matter how precisely you have worked, and more accurate results are there, and very findings are very useful for the research. But if suppose it is not clear, the problem statement or research gap is not there, then definitely it will reject. Okay. So better, so thing is basically separate them means you should have proper bifurcation in the different paragraphs, and all paragraph should have the connectivity. Like if suppose the first paragraph is about to end, then reader should have feeling the content is going, what content is going to start from the next paragraph in the last statement of the first paragraph. Okay, so that such kind of the flavor should be there. Okay, so however the connectivity between the statement, between the paragraph should be maintained throughout the manuscript, but in case of the introduction section, it is very important, right? So please mind it. Okay, so introduction should answer the following: what was I studying? You should be very much clear what kind of study you are going to do. Okay, what factor you are going to include, what will be research on some particular topic. Okay, why was this important question? Why it is important? Proper logic should be there. What did I know about this topic before I did this study? Okay, this is for this, basically these all points for the self-awareness. You must aware with all these points. What model was I testing? Means you should have complete understanding with your work. It should not, means each and everything should be in your mind for the proper framing. Okay, so therefore I used to ask my student, although you have some rough draft, okay, but introduction you please write once your results are with you, once discussions are with you, okay, then only you start the work on the introduction. So now the thing, everything is clear in your mind, like you have approached that methodology. Through that methodology you found those results, and logic of the result is already been written in the form of discussion along with the results. Okay, now you know the what topic has to consider, what topic has to consider, what problem you have taken already. So then only it is always advisable, once your result and discussion section is over, then come to your result, come to your introduction. However, all the background or background work have already been completed, because without literature review you cannot define your problem. Okay, this is, but I'm asking you to frame your introduction section, although the all informations are with you itself, because without proper literature review you cannot define your research gap, you cannot define your objectives, you can, and based on those objective only the methodology is being defined. So sequence is actually that one only, but as far as concerned with the manuscript compilation, I'm asking over here the manuscript compilation. Okay, so once result you have all the results, all the graph, all discussion with you, then start with the introduction framing. Okay, although you have done already work already previously. Okay, it is not like you are starting the introduction writing right now. No, literature review is already been conducted. So now just I am asking you to compile the introduction after this. Okay. However, all the background work has been completed. It is with you. So what approach did I take in this study? Because these all answers are with you. All answer of these questions are now with you. Only you need to frame accordingly. Okay, in sequence. So now this is some suggestions. Some more suggestions are also there. Okay, so how much time I have? Okay, yeah, okay, fine. So now the suggested rule for the good introduction, it should present the nature and scope of the problem investigated, provide background, and present the review of the pertinent literature, list the structure of research project and what you plan to present your paper, state the method of investigation, state principal results of the investigation, state the principal conclusion suggested by the result. This is basically third point. Third point is basically your means research project, what you plan to present in your paper. They state the method, investigation, and this all related to literature review basically. Okay, so now use the present tense when referring the work that has already been published, but past tense when referring your own study. Okay. But past tense when referring to your own study. This is basically this could be past tense or the present tense also. Means research gap. They are talking about the research gap and objectives. Okay. So use active voice as much as possible. Avoid lengthy and unfocused review of the previous research. Avoid lengthy and unfocused review of previous research. Means you have to consider basically someone research in you want to include in your literature review in of the introduction section. Take the major findings only. Means such and such author investigate this thing with this approach. These were the findings, and these findings are basically depends on this factor. Okay, so only, and these all content should not have more than three sentence, 3 to 4 sentence, at the most 4 sentence if it is needed. Otherwise 3 sentences are enough to compile all these parameters, all these points. Okay, so cite peer reviewed scientific literature, avoid general reference such as the textbook. But see, some textbooks, for example, the heat transfer Holman, heat transfer by the Sanger. Okay, and many more books are there. They are very reputed, and because of sometimes some fundamental, if you are stating something fact, okay, or which is universally truth, or generally such kind of things are given in the textbook, you may refer the textbook. Okay, but might be used for the specific page and reflecting the stated. This should be in on the reference only. Okay, so generally textbooks are avoid. Textbooks are generally avoid. Reference book generally they use for their research compilation. Okay, but it is not like if suppose some good textbook is there, then definitely you can use. Okay, so define any. I remember one book is there, the Duffy Beckman solar thermal engineering, solar thermal engineering applications by the Duffy and Beckman, and you will not believe it have thousands of citations. Okay, almost all good research paper which is related to solar radiation, either solar radiation, solar thermal application such as solar dryer, solar desalination, passive heating and cooling. They used to cite that book. Third edition is with us now, right now, and very useful book. And in fact, we can say it is a Bible of solar thermal energy. Okay, solar thermal energy applications. So, but might be used in the specific, define a specialized term or the abbreviations. Yeah. If suppose once you are using in the beginning, wherever the long words are coming, you just define in bracket its abbreviation there itself, and rest of the time you can use that abbreviation. Okay. But the first time you have to define some place wherever it comes first. Now, yeah, basically this two or three paragraph in the 450 words. First paragraph introduce the broad area, okay, or say this is the background. Second paragraph explicit rationals, and last paragraph hypothesis. Okay, this is another way, but I usually prefer in such way and that way. Okay, so in experimental methods, this is the materials and methods. Okay, in materials and method, basically text, flowchart, table, drawing, photographs, these are all things. Of course, drawing and photograph, actual photographs has lots of meaning. Okay. If suppose this is the photo experimental setup, then definitely actual photographs is I always try to keep over there, okay, and the original photograph. Okay, and flowchart for the experimental work, how the experiment has been taken, and proceed with that include the methodologies also, okay, in flowchart. And observations can be given in the tables and text. It is a mix of all those things basically. Okay, so all these four items should be there in the experimental or methodological section or materials and method section. Okay, material basically stands for the experimental setup and all the design, fabrication materials and other things are being used, and observed parameters. And methods means how those observed parameter being used for the further okay, also further exercise. Okay, so some common error like the basically sometimes researcher occupied a lot of space for the experimental setup itself. Means all steps of the fabrication they generally include in full explanation. So you may write that in very short, as as much as possible. Okay, and all machine equipment software name over here. Of course, we have to give all machine software equipment name over there itself in the experimental setup or the material section. Okay, including the picture, drawing, everything. But it should be means if suppose you have given the experimental setup photograph, then there is no need to give the schematic. Either photograph or the schematic diagram is enough. Okay, if suppose there is schematic diagram, then please try to give all the dimension, because what happened if suppose you are giving actual photograph, then you have to mention all the dimension in the text itself, the dimension and dimension and all means orientation, dimension and other things, right? But if suppose this is schematic diagram, okay, then in such case you can you can represent all the dimension over there itself, right? This is, and it schematic diagram, isometric diagram, isometric is better, of course. So okay, so experimental avoid citation. Yeah, experimental, what happened, you should avoid all the experiment. But what happened in some cases, if suppose it is your own work, okay, if suppose it is your own work and you have already been given in some research paper, now this study is basically your further study, advancement of your previous study. In that case, to avoid to make it more lengthy, You may say, okay, such and such experiment setup has been considered for this, and their observations are coming, and you may cite all those, whatever you are taking for the further advanced analysis. You may cite that paper if it is your own. If it is someone else, you please avoid it. Okay, you please don't copy and paste over there directly. others experimental work. Okay, so and now this literature should be in the introduction only. So that is this is basically sometimes what happened. Many of the researchers, what they do, literature review they keep in result and discussion section, and sometimes in methodology section also, literature review. One of my scholar, he was very much adamant regarding this factor. He used to include literature review in result and discussion section. Many times I ask him, please do not do this thing. No sir, I have seen this such kind of the method. This is a new approach. This is new approach, sir. No sir. I have seen in many papers it is new approach. Wherever you are going to discuss your result, and you should give you should compare. I said him, please, the comparison or validation is a different thing, but you cannot include the complete literature review over there. No sir, we can do. So such kind, he found the same comment whatever I was discussing during the revision. Okay, then only he was convinced. So sometimes what happened, the students also don't want to convince with their supervisors. So later on he removed, and at last the comparison has been done with the previous study with their results itself. Okay, so please, literature has to include only in introduction section, because that is the right place. Based on that itself, the problem statement was defined based on literature review only. Okay, research gap was defined because of the literature review only. So that is the right place. If you want to cite someone else or for the justification of your work, then you may do in very short, but not in the complete meaning, complete inclusion of literature review in result and discussion section. Okay, and some of the students are doing the same thing, like they include the literature in experimental setup to justify their experiment. The similar kind of experiment has been conduct there, here, and there, and with the proper citation. Please do not do such kind. In the methodology, whatever work is your own, that only you have to write. Okay, others work either in the introduction section or in the end of the real time discussion section at the end, for the comparison purpose, for the validation purpose. Okay, the similar reference, it look like no novelty. Yeah, because if suppose in experimental section you are citing others work, then what is your contribution? The question mark is, what is your contribution? Okay, what you have done, what is your inputs? Therefore, novelty is missing. Okay, it looks like no novelty, similar to your cited reference, expose your weakness in novelty. Okay, so please do not cite any reference in the methodology section. Okay, methodology means, I mean to say, experimental setup, observation. Okay, in that section, please do not cite. Okay, so these are the some common errors which we have to take care for to avoid the rejection of your manuscript. Okay, now yeah, some more useful things. Complete information of material and methods used, conditions, present, action, experiment, design, etc. Okay, then this section usually has the subheadings when possible matched to those to be results in the. Enough information must be given so that the models or experiment can be reproduced. Yes. Sometimes what happened, the researcher hide some things. Please do not hide anything. Otherwise, what happened? Most of the sometimes reviewers are very critical. They analyze very critically. Okay, even they prepare the same model, whatever you have done modeling. If suppose some expert is there, they immediately within 15 minutes or half an hour they will prepare the model based on your work, and they will just check the input value. They will give during in the review during review for this value the output should be this, but you have reported this much of output. Why this much of difference? And okay, what factor you have included, what is missing, and maybe they may write your analysis is not correct. Once if suppose they write one sentence, your analysis is doubtful, okay, it is not correct, then definitely no one is stopped to reject it. Definitely editor will reject immediately if suppose some reviewer has written such kind of things. The cross check and based on your input or boundary condition. Okay, if you have done any manipulation, then it will be problematic to you. Or maybe sometimes what happen, general editor identify the person. Okay, you have done, they put your name in their record. Okay, so this is not good thing. To avoid such kind of the situation, please do not do any manipulation. Okay. Okay, so provide full details so that the experiment are reproducible. If the peer reviewer has doubt on the experiment could be repeated, sometimes what happened, people generally what they do based on the twice or thrice experiment, they give some model. Reviewer like me always have doubt in that. We generally ask you, you are suggesting some model based on the experimental result you found over there, and only the experiment has been conducted 2-3 times. So I think some more conditions, some more experiment are required. Okay, so definitely if suppose a reviewer have any doubt, then definitely your manuscript will be rejected. Okay. Organize the method under subheading with the related describe together the materials, experimental procedure, analysis, calculation, computational procedure. That is all the part of the materials and method. These are basically the subheadings. As I have already discussed, the subheading experimental setup, fabrication and experimental setup, then experimental procedure, how the experiment has been conducted, and what are the parameter has been observed or record, and what are the instrument has been used for recording such parameter, and what is the reliability of those observing the instrument. Okay, so describe the experimental procedure, design the detail, do not mix the sum results, and yeah. So it is the basically do not mix the result and result section. Okay, so result and discussion section is separate, so write in the past tense. Okay. So this section especially we generally write in the past tense. Okay, so experimentation and methodology, basically methodology section is totally we write in the past tense. Fine. So must identify accurately the experimental chemicals, materials, animal, plants, microorganism, technical or natural science, medical paper, like for that only. Okay, so the source of subject study, number of the individuals in each group, use their sex, age, weight must be clearly stated in social or the human science medical paper. For chemical use, they include the exact technical specifications, purity, producer, supplier name, and all. Okay, so these are the things because in from where you have taken purchased that particular chemical brand. Okay, from brand to brand, the purity is matters. Okay, avoid the use of the trade name of the chemicals. Okay, generic or the chemical name are preferred. Okay, so trade name should not be given. This part of the manuscript must be clear, precise, and concise so that it can be reproducible. If the method is new, all detail must be provided. If the method has been previously published in scientific journal, only reference should be given to with some short identification. This is if it is your own work. In such case, question such as the how and how much must be answered, not left to be puzzled over. Okay, so clarity must be there. So methods used for the statistical analysis must be mentioned or be one without comment, but advanced and unusual ones required to literature citation. Okay, so this is basically the uncertainty analysis or statistical analysis, and some formulae and something you have to cite. So now let me come to that manuscript. Okay. No. Yeah. This one. So now over here, just time for your understanding, actually abstract, I'm just reading over here. Sorry, along with that abstract section only, I have to read. The research, see the abstract. This research focus on the UN Sustainable Development Goal, Sustainable Development Goal. It should come in bracket. Actually, yeah, no need at all because it will not use in further in this manuscript. So UN Sustainable Goal, as this is short form of basically Sustainable 7, that is affordable and clean energy. Okay, as per goals 7, the renewable energy source are the cleanest source, can produce the clean and will help reach net zero emission. Okay, this is background. Only one or two sentence you can write it. Okay, now this paper, this is objective. This paper analyze techno-economic and environmental viability of solar photovoltaic system using PV system and RSM, response surface modeling, for composite climatic condition. Okay, this is objective. Now what is next? See, two critical parameters of solar photovoltaic, that is tilt and albedo, have been investigated for solar photovoltaic module. Now just please mention over there that because of that reason and make it more unique, I put these two words over here, the albedo and tilt angle impact, or say you can say effect of albedo and tilt angle on this. I reduce one word, O, off. Okay, so on impact on this. Now you see the two critical parameter of the solar photovoltaic system, that is tilt angle, and tilt angle also this variation is there, 20, 24, 28. 20 is taken because of the some of the commercial installing company over here in Delhi, they put the 28. However, 28 is latitude of this place, and this is because they do not want to spend money on the structure. If suppose if the same system, same photovoltaic module is installed at 28 degrees centigrade, 28 degree, then definitely it will have more material consumption over there, right? So because of that, however, the performance, or definitely the performance will affect. Performance will affect when? During summer season. Okay, because this is more tilt angle is there. So means, however, the summer season means for the 3 to 4 months only that effect will be there, but it will affect. Okay, this is albedo have been investigated for. So these are the two factors they have been taken. Okay, now what is next? Result and discussion. Now it has been written like result suggests that the specific production increases as the albedo factor and tilt angle increases. Instead of this, result suggests that we can write directly, we can cut over this. Unnecessary, why should we? Unuseful. So specific production increases as albedo factor and tilt angle increases according to the location's latitude for solar photovoltaic module. Okay, see, this is long sentence, and I could able to reduce 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 word I have reduced. Okay, now it is still fine. Now the optimum tilt angle, the optimum tilt angle of the solar photovoltaic module is 25 at this much of albedo. Okay, this is the optimum values with maximum specific production of this much of kilowatt per kilowatt peak per year. See, this is the major finding. Whatever work this she has compiled in a single sentence. Now this is for optimization. Okay, optimization of these two factors and its impact on the yield or the outcomes. Now other things, what is other things? Environment and economics. Now economics, now see, the system payback period is 5.8 year with rate of return is at this much of percent and levelized cost is this much of INR per kilowatt. Okay, so this is economics. Yes, one thing is missing. No, it is there. Environmental point of view. So during the operational year, the solar photovoltaic system will reduce this much of carbon emission compared to conventional plant. Okay, so this is environmental. So now just see over here, albedo and tilt angle impact on the performance of solar photovoltaic systems in terms of economics, environment, optimization. Okay, so now I hope you could able to understand the proper mapping of title and abstract. Now come to one more important thing is keywords. Okay, see the keyword. Now let us come on the keywords. Photovoltaics, yes, photovoltaic is there somewhere. Economic is there. Specific energy production is there. Carbon emission is there, and RSM is there. So these are perfect keywords. Economic, carbon emission, RSM. These two words, RSM and economic, is there. At least two keywords are taken from. Two keywords are taken from title itself, and rest of them from abstract. That's fine. Very good. Okay. So in my point of view, this title is fine. Maybe there may be some more scope, some further scope for further improvement. Okay, it is always there. Okay, and as per my understanding, this abstract is fine, title is fine, and keywords are also fine, and all are having the mapping itself. Okay, see, now you please have just read it. What I did, okay, yeah. See, some formatting, I have done some formatting also. So what she has written, energy is considered a significant factor for the economic growth, the common expansion of the human and their life. primary source. With the rising the tendency industrialized world energy requirement is also growing. To cope up with the increasing requirement, most developing countries are switching over to the non-conventional. Okay, this is very common statement. Okay, this is very common statement. She start. Okay, that's fine. First two paragraph could be like this, and in fact, these two paragraph we can combine together. Okay. Sorry. In between, I am taking green tea. From long back, my throat is not having congestion. Sorry about it. So now these two paragraphs, like I'm just reading, so then only you will have a better understanding. Okay, this is basically based on the energy crisis. Now the most significant predicament of sustainable future in the everyday increasing the requirement of electrical power, pricing, CO2 emission. Electricity consumption in the industrialized and developing country increasing 1% to 1.5% per day per year respectively. Nowadays 80% of the power is generated from the combustion traditional sources such as the coal, oil and gas, increasing the coal and high carbon dioxide global warming. Okay, high carbon dioxide causes the global warming. Okay, and by the end of this century the global I corrected this sentence. It is projected by the end of, so so see, look at over there. So this much of long sentence I wrote in very simple way. By the end of the century, the global projected to write this much. Various study has been performed in the PV system. Okay, so various study have been performed on the PV system. Instead of directly writing this very prism, here we have to connect it with solar PV systems are in, yes, here solar photovoltaic is excellent solution of above problems. Various various performance evaluation, performance evaluation of sorry, solar PV systems under different condition globally performance in various part of the world. Performance evaluation on different condition have been conducted performance evaluation of PV system under different climatic conditions. Have been conducted. Now this we can reduce. Okay, so now see, it is she can merge she can merge these two paragraphs. Okay, these are basically problem statement and the background basically. Now over here this paragraph is connected with this. Over here we in the last sentence we have mentioned the performance evaluation. Now the further This paragraph is related to the performance evaluation of solar photovoltaic system done by the various people, various researchers. Okay, it has been it has been narrated over here. This all the story narrated over here, right, in this section. So Sharma et al. Conducted the various. Okay, this is fine based on Sharma et al. Let me check if suppose some. Okay, no comment. So if you have any doubt, any comment, please write on the chat box. Okay, I have taken this example so that you can able to understand this title, abstract, keywords, and introduction. Okay, so because some this is more useful by taking such kind of the example. Okay, if you have any one of you have your own manuscript, please you may share with me. I can have a discussion on that itself. Okay, so now see the Sarma et al. Conduct now the further. So in the second paragraph onward, she has started the literature review. Okay, so Sharma et al. Conducted the parametric study, parametric as well as photovoltaic solar parametric study, as well as solar photovoltaic system modeling. Sharma et al. Conducted the parametric study and system modeling, not as well as, and parametric study and solar PV system modeling based on the different load scenario in a building to acquire a maximum power performance ratio and efficiency, as well as here as well is fine, more specific production or enhance the system efficiency. System is tested for the one laboratory load with the fixed tilt and variable azimuth angle. Okay, this is another very important parameter. And this person analyzed the effect of installation parameter performance of this. Okay, analyze is fine, but over there some results are missing. Okay, this analyze the effect of installation parameter on the performance, but how? This is incomplete information. How? Some results are missing. Information, this is incomplete information. Okay, missing, or say information is incomplete. So you have to take care such things, and this I will give over here in insert and comment section. Got it? Because this is incomplete thing. What do you mean by this analyze the effect of installation parameter on the performance? This is incomplete. Jacobi et al. Determine that factor. What do you mean that factor? Determine that factors such as albedo, tilt angle, module height above ground should be tuned to enhance the energy generation from bifacial module. This is fine. Okay, this is fact. Okay, and further this person, okay, so I said this person again then discovered that the module set at the greatest possible albedo with the sufficient height and a higher productivity. Some values are missing over here. So she has written only a simple statement. See, actually quantitative statement should SHOULD. Statement should support some value. Statement should support some values. Statements should support some facts in terms of numerical value. Okay, she has not written properly. Now again, this investigate the array yield production and this investigate array yield produced using miniature testing assembly. Again, the same thing. Array production using the miniature testing assembly, where okay, throughout she's having such problem basically throughout its this section. She only narrate she that person has done this, that person has done this, not okay. December investigated the PV array yield production using the miniature testing assembly. Yani et al. Investigated whether the optimum angle or the bifacial solar greater than this. The finding revealed that the albedo is the most important parameter. This Stein et al. Observed that the bifacial PV module and system produce more result. More, see, she is writing the more than how much? How much? More than means how much? Okay. So such kind of the, please avoid such kind of the statement, more, lower, higher. Okay. Okay. So now just see, because this now observe how much she has to quantify. Okay. So there is problem basically. She has to quantify. See, even I have already instructed her earlier, but she is doing the same mistakes. Please quantify. Okay. Now with the same orientation, use the 3 tested experiment bifacial and the bifacial change system, the changing the size and reflector material, the location module, the temperature. What is this? This is incomplete thing. Jung et al. Used the 3 test beds to experiment with bifacial module and bifacial PV system. Changing the size and reflecting material. Okay. Changing the size of the reflecting material, the vertical installation location module of this mismatch. This is nothing. This is again, see. Are you getting my point? What I mean to say? There is no information. Please, if you have any doubt, anything, please let me know. See, because what happened, why I am doing this, to show you what kind of the mistakes generally student do. Okay, so these are all mistakes basically. This is incomplete sentence. The Zhang et al. Used the 3 test bit to experiment with the bifacial module and bifacial system, changing the size, reflection. Then why we are writing this? Okay, he has done, but what is finding? Okay, findings are missing. Now see, Srinath et al. Determine that, no need to determine that, determine installing this is simply she installed by with the high value is appropriate Okay, determine that installing the bifacial PV module with the high altitude on the ground surface is appropriate for maximize energy output. What do you mean by appropriate and maximize? Huh? Again, please quantify. There is no meaning of appropriate and maximizing. What does it mean, maximizing? Says et al. Use the existing algorithm to investigate the influence of the clearance, height, albedo, this. Then again the same thing. Again, there is no discussion. There is no these are all incomplete information basically. Okay, why I'm showing you, because see the such person use this Sanchez et al. Use the existing algorithm. Which existing algorithm? Who know? Okay, we don't have that idea which existing, and this is reader don't know which kind of algorithm has been used previously. This is totally a vague sentence. Okay, so use the existing algorithm to investigate and influence the clearance, height, albedo, till azimuth angle, bifacial. Kant et al. Use now, because response surface modeling methodology, she has introduced this in this paper. Okay, so this Kant et al. Use the response surface model to improve the peppermint oil extraction with the percentage difference of this. The predicted and experimental were just to be of high grade dependability. Can that improve? No. Response used as to improve the peppermint oil action process. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, because the optimization is done with the percentage of difference of this much. The predicted and experimental finding was just to be a high grade dependability. Okay, fine. This can, as a result of this, seem to be prepared to assess the further study improving the parameter of the traditional list. As a result, this seems to be prepared. It seems to be prepared to assist further study for improving. See, this is too long. Nothing is over there. The sentence is too long. Okay, too long sentence with no meaning. Okay, she's writing in the almost a 2 line, but there is no concisely. We are not able to find the concisely any meaning of this. Okay, so Varun et al. Use the PV to examine the performance by visual this model and latitude determine that latitude tilt produce this much of more than. This is fine. This is fine. This is fact. Okay. Kamalpur et al. Assess the feature of the rural electrification in India. This is India named I, as well as the feasibility of social. Okay. What was their finding? Okay. Incomplete thing. Adarmola et al. Investigated that the economic feasibility of the system is strongly influenced by the level of the solar radiation of the. In what way? Okay. In what way? Nobody will trust based on your statement. Okay. So actually, this literature review is totally incomplete. Okay. It is anticipated that the integration of PV with the grid technology will lower the carbon dioxide and other pollution emission linked to the energy generated by the conventional power plant. It is anticipated that integrating solar PV with the grid will lower the carbon dioxide and other pollution linked to the energy generation by the conventional power plant. Sen et al. Present a model that can assess the levelized cost and the life cycle emissions of this stable against the diesel generation grid connection in India. It is also reduce the greenhouse means. Sorry. So actually, the main problem with this literature review, she has written only the statement. She has not given any fact in terms of some values. Okay, so therefore she has to write this literature review. Although the contents are fine, but facts are not in proper way. Okay, so she has to write this again. So my comment over there, please write again literature review with proper justifications. With proper justification. With proper justification. Please write the write. Very sorry, actually. Okay, so now, so this is incomplete. Now over here, the various she has written over there the various studies on the solar photovoltaic system performance, techno-economic work have been analyzed. Based on that, definitely, yeah, she has included all the things. System performance, techno-economic environment, and optimization has been analyzed. Optimization of the solar photovoltaic system using RSM has not been done so far. Optimization is not done so far. This is basically the novelty. Okay, she's justifying the novelty of by using this RSM. This is the key. This study is the key objective is to evaluate the systems techno-economic environmental performance and optimize its process parameter like tilt angle and albedo maximum for the maximum specific production of solar photovoltaic system using RSM. Okay, this is fine. Means novelty is okay. Novelty is written in proper way. It is a highly significant optimization tool since it decreases the number of experiment. Okay, it is a highly significant improvement tool since it decreases the number of the experiment time, primary investment, and the energy consumption as compared to tool. The design expert 13 version with the face center composition design investigation. Yeah, this is methodology. Okay, this is with this objective, this methodology has been followed. So this is okay. The effect of these two parameters of the performance is analyzed and optimized using RSM. This is fine. Novelty is perfect. Optimization objective and their methodology. She is right. She has written very rightly. Only she has to improve this in this introduction section. This literature review. She has to do again with some quantitative and some other things. Okay. Now come to its methodology, because see, this is not an experimental work. This is basically what is called this is modeling, RSM modeling, and because actually we have in our mechanical engineering block 432 kilowatt solar PV installation is there. Okay, so basically she redesigned the same system. The system has already been installed with the angle, with the tilt angle of the 19 or either 19 or 20 degree. Okay, so its output is less as expected. Okay, so what she is thinking to redesign, and what is lacuna over there, and how can we improve the further, like in this way. Okay, so for that purpose she used this PVSys. PVSys 7.2.11 version is a complete software package to design the simulate the solar photovoltaic system. PVSys is a straightforward and user-friendly simulation tool with few known parameters. It is provided. This is about this is about the tool. No inverters, number of inverter, number of PV. This is number. Okay. In this, if suppose this is number, then you should write n small and like this, number of inverter, number of PV array, and detailed analysis of the solar PV system. Now there is no need to write S in capital, or this is sufficient. Okay, so this is a small mistake. Now see, it provides a detailed solution, grid connected. Now there is no need to write the C in capital. This is grid connected. Okay, how such kind of the things I have already corrected in previous manuscript. But see, this is basically students, they don't care the teachers comment. There is no need to, I have already told her, no need to write such kind of things. Okay, because these are only the reason. And DC grid should be G should be lowercase. Okay, so because of manuscript is rejected because of these reasons, these negligence. For this research work, the Delhi Technical University situated at Bawana Road, Delhi Technical University situated at Bawana Road, Savat. No need to do Delhi Technological University, India. That's sufficient. Delhi Technical University, Delhi, India. That this much is sufficient. Why she is writing this much of? Because unnecessary words you should not use the unnecessary words. Okay, I hope you may be understand. Okay, so what kind of the mistakes in the student generally do? Okay, I need your comment please over on the chat box. Okay, I should feel you are here, you are listening me. Okay, because however some interaction is missing with this online classes, but what I feel you should feel me, you are listening me. So in between, please, if you have any question, any query, you please listen me carefully. The such kind of the negligence always responsible for the rejection of paper. Okay, because the same thing I have already told many times to this student. But anyway, I'm just finding out some more, and then you will realize. Okay, so this is considered for the site for the analysis and simulation in the PVSys, a unit of 108 kV. Yes, so basically these are basically the 4 units, 108 kilowatt each. So total is 432. Total is 432 kilowatt peak. Basically this should be right in the this kilowatt peak. Okay, this is the correct way to write solar photovoltaic module capacity. Okay, One comment, sir, you were telling about the demonstration of general finding. Yeah, Gaurav, actually general finding is okay, that is fine, but I have already talked in my previous talk in last week, but now this is more important. Okay, what is the common mistakes? Generally all of you do the same thing, all the scholars generally do the same thing what I'm highlighting over here. Okay, so this is the kilowatt peak. So is considered as a site for the analysis a unit of the on the rooftop of science block. Yeah, or rooftop of the science block. Okay, she has considered science block. Consider the some input data is required to design, not input, some input data, not some input data, because without input data you cannot design, not some. Okay, so input data are, this is data is basically plural. Input data are required for the design simulation in PVSys. After substituting the value of the longitude and latitude above selected size, the solar irradiation is calculated. Okay, fine. According to the geographical location, the longitude, latitude, and the above specific locations are this. So actually, see this, she can avoid this line. How she can write over there itself like this. This is India, in bracket. Okay, so basically over here you have to minimize the words as much as possible. Okay, and with more and more information should not be curtailed. Okay, so now just to see, complete one sentence is removed. According to geographical location, the longitude, latitude of the above specific location are this. So everybody knows this is longitude, this is latitude. For Delhi, this location over there. Okay, so in that way it is removed. Okay, so figure 1 shows the site selection, site location. Now it is fine. Figure 1, see, this is figure 1, this is location. Figure 1, where is this? Yeah, figure 1 shows the site location. Fundamentally the design, fundamentally designing the solar PV system depends on the availability of the solar irradiance. In this paper, no need to write this again and again. In this paper, performance analysis of grid connected plant has been done at very tilted angle. This you have already defined. Okay, in this paper, no need to write in this paper. Just simply write the performance analysis of the grid connected has been done at various performance analysis of grid connected plant is done. Okay, fine. Two cases has been considered for the analysis and simulation. Solar photovoltaic panels are mounted at inclination of this, and yearly for a yearly radius yield is value is this much of kilowatt unit. Solar photovoltaic panels are mounted at the inclination for the yearly yield value for something is missing. An identical solar photovoltaic system has been analyzed. Yeah. See, we have all information regarding the output. We have all information regarding the output, right? Now, okay, now we are simulating the same system. Okay, The speciality of this manuscript is this: whatever we are going to simulate, we have the actual value of that system. Okay, so that we can validate easily whether our system is whether our modeling is fine or not. Okay, if it is not fine, then how much error is there, and if suppose error is there, and error of what factor we have not considered, because of that reason the error is there. Okay, so solar photovoltaic panels mounted on inclination of this yearly irradiation value of this unit. So this is basically this much of kilowatt hour. Unit means kilowatt hour. So this is basically output. So 108 kilowatt hour is only the output for this system. This system is 108 kilowatt peak. Where is written? Where is written? Somewhere it was written, na? Yeah, this one. 108 kilowatt. No. Yeah. Okay, this is unit of this much. Now this P again. Where is it? This one. Okay, so an identical solar has been analyzed with PV software. Okay, at an angle of 28. This is because this 28. She has considered 28 because the Delhi's latitude is 28 degree, 27.99 something. So she has considered 28 degree. Check the existing plant performance according to existing plant latitude. Okay. Now see, this is step followed by the simulation in the PV cyst. This one, PV start PV cyst and all. These are all the conditions. Okay. Select the geographical condition on. Select the orientation of the panel. See, she used full stop because if suppose full stop we are using over here, it will give error results. Sorry. These are basically very minor things, but we have to take care. Okay, so this is basically flow chart. Now the flow chart of the simulation, this one. Okay, this is figure 2, and she has mentioned over there the step follow this. Now the design, see, she has written input parameter specification. What I modified? Design parameters of solar photovoltaic system. design parameter of solar. Okay, so these are all the design parameters. Means azimuth angle is required to define the sunshine. Okay, this should be the 0, means towards facing south. Okay, east-west orientation, whereas the negatives indicate this one. PV array. This again. This part, what peak located Delhi. This is unit, basically. This is the capacity. Okay, the technical and the manufacturer model and everything. This is polycrystalline. What I said. Each means rated peak. This is 300 watt. This is module size, and this is polycrystalline, and this one is company Eldora is company. Okay, so this is if someone want to cross check the specification through, they easily can find out. Okay, so this is basically the transparency. So to design this much of like this. Okay, now the performance analysis. So this in first part she has covered. In first part of the methodology, she has covered the experimental setup, about the experimental setup, their parameter, what parameter, and okay. Now, how the performance has been analyzed. What are the formula has been considered for the analyzing the performance? Okay. So see, For performance analysis parameter, the energy fed to the utility grid, this one, okay, equation number, this one is given equation, this is fine. These are all the formula indicated over here with the with methodology, and we generally we write this in small, where, okay, where n is this, okay, fine. Now this is complete the methodology, this is okay. Because she has written, she has given all the citation of these equations from where she has taken these all equations, she properly cite, okay. So that is fine. This is good practice, okay. We should not forget others work. So now this is complete methodology. See, she has taken from equation from the different sources, and she mentioned all the sources over here. Now just see, all factor, capacity, performance factor, and all parameter, all formulas she is written over there. PV system orientation, this orientation she, okay, this is set up. Now the case 1 and case 2. Case 1, this much of watt peak system. Case 1 is a 20-degree inclination, case 2 is 28-degree inclination. So she has this, basically this is PV system generated figures, okay, orientation of the PV system in the PV system only, okay. So she is taken directly from there itself, so no problem. A specification of the solar module, she is written over there the panel, I wrote over there the module, okay. And this is this again watt peak, over there she has mentioned the watt peak, okay. This is all the input parameter and specifications also. Now now the performance analysis of the system, okay. PV system simulation. Now this is basically, this is simulation part, okay. So performance analysis PV depends on the factor like longitude, latitude, climate, and this factor. These are the different factors basically. TVL shows the TVL shows the simulation result at, no, this is performance analysis of system. See, this heading is wrong. This is basically performance analysis. This is performance analysis. Simulation, performance analysis parameter. See, okay. Actually, one thing she actually, these are basically results. PV simulation result at different things. These results should not come into materials and method section. Okay, these are all results. She has to keep these all result in the result and discussion section. So balance sheet of the simulation result in this. Okay, March, this and that. These are all the results basically. Okay, these are all results. These results should come from here. This is basically part of result and discussion. I hope you may understand. This is part of result and discussion. Okay, this is basically, these are the results. The performance analysis of this depends on the various factors. This is the table 2 shows the simulation result. These are the simulation results basically, and we cannot give these results in the materials and method section. Okay, all results should come under the section of result and discussion section only. So this tilt angle, for the different tilt angle, she performed the study for 108 kilowatt peak system for the different inclination. Okay, just see the performance is so 80 and 80 point, not much difference. And because what happened, that angle of inclination is impact during the winter season only. So winter season over here, the altitude of the sun is less. Okay, so specific production just only the 18 kilowatt peak. Anyway, So see, this represents the value of the horizontal diffuse, this value and all. This all is basically part of this is results. Balance sheet simulation result in P. See, this is part of result and discussion. Okay, okay. This is coming under this category only, under this section. So now, yes, optimization using RSM. This is a part of methodology. This is okay. She should write, instead of writing the different section, she has to write in methodology section only. Optimization. Okay. So or basically what heading she has given, let me check. Methodology, yes. And in fact, this optimization is basically the part of methodology. Somewhere she has to accommodate. At last, instead of putting in the separate section, this is a part of methodology. It is a part of methodology. Therefore, shift it to there. Okay, because this is the part of the methodology. Shift it there. No need for the different section. No need of different section. Separate section, not different, a separate section. Separate section. Okay. So okay, fine. Input variable for the output is, yeah, this is the sorry. See, this is again the part of, she has to up to this portion, up to this point. Okay. Up to this point, she has to write over there itself, albedo and this. Okay. Once in addition, the roof reflecting this ray, this exceed this varies from this to this from here. This basically she has to shift in result and discussion section. Because see, a specific production is because of the simulation result. These are the simulation result. These are the results only. Okay. What she has written in, because major things she put over here only. Okay, real and discussion section is there. Fact of tilt and this production, PV cyst, no, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes. That has to come over there only. Sorry. These are the basically results. I have already, I think, written somewhere. Yeah. This is a part of real-time discussion. Again, this is optimization is fine. This is a part of the methodology, or because she kept separately, so it is fine. I may delete this. Okay, This optimization is okay. Okay. Basically, this overall a part of the methodology section. So I will ask her to keep there only. And input variable. Yeah, from here. This portion shift to result and discussion section. I have to give some different color so that she can. Color is not changing and okay, I have to make it big, then only she could able to understand, otherwise she will thought it is a part of this statement only. Okay, from here to here, this portion. Okay, and now equation, if I give the second order equation highly this specification, this is ANOVA. Okay, this is okay. Then fourth portion is techno-economic environmental analysis. Under this, net present cost, payback period, levelized cost of electricity, annualized cost, carbon emissions. This is fine. Okay, now whatever given in the methodology section, the same sequence she has to follow over here in the resultant discussion. Okay, the same sequence of the methodology section, whatever the parameters are given over there, she has to follow over here itself, right? So we have to follow same sequence over there itself. Okay, so effect of tilt and albedo production, effect of tilt and tilt angle and the specific product, effect of tilt, effect of tilt angle, tilt albedo and on specific, okay, tilt angle, okay, fine. Effect of tilt albedo, what do you mean? Tilt me, this is albedo only. See, such kind of the negligence is are only responsible for the rejection. Okay, student think she is perfectly fine, she has written, she or he has perfectly written, okay, but see that mistakes, and this is I think third and fourth time. Okay. So the effectiveness of the PV array is dependent on the climatic and sky. This primary source of irritants and the from figure this it is seen. Let me check. Okay, the figure 5. Where is figure 5? This is specific production with albedo. Because of that reason, she need to shift over here. Because see, in resultant discussion section, she put only 2 figures: effect of albedo on a specific production and effect of this, and rest of them from RSM. Okay, so somewhere it is not a good message. Okay, because these are all the RSM results, RSM for the optimization. And what about others? Okay, so these are all the RSM results. Because time is not sufficient, otherwise I will read each and every sentence and will show you what is the problem. But the problem over there. Okay, so this is financial summary. Mm, mm, financial summary. Yearly net profit. Okay, this is fine. Details of system emission balance. This is a environmental point of view. Only she need to shift those results over here only. Okay. Now see. Yeah, this is fine. In this research, the solar photovoltaic economic is a value based. Okay, something we have to write some few sentences over there. However, everything is mentioned previously in previous sections itself. And following conclusions has been drawn based on this. This is fine. The tilt angle, production of this, the main value with the specific increase with increase the albedo. Okay, fine. The specific production of this much of this much of this. They are using RSM optimum. Okay, fine. This is okay. However, one recommendation and limitation of her work is missing. That statement. It should be closed with some concluding remark, or some concluding remark means the limitation or recommendation statement should be there after this concluding remark. Okay. So now I will ask her to write at least 2 sentences over there for closing sentence, or means closing statements. Okay. Now then, see the nomenclature. And now just see, the problem with this nomenclature is these nomenclature should be in the order of alphabetical order. She has started with R, P, S, Y, N, T, E is there. So these are only the reason. These are only the reason for rejection of manuscript. Because from the editorial text itself, it will reject out straightforward. It will reject from there itself. It will, such kind of the manuscript will not go under review in any condition, because these are the negligency. Okay, these are the negligency. So she has to write, rearrange. I'm giving her this comment, rearrange all, rearrange as per alphabetical order. Okay. Students generally neglect. These are the minor thing, but it matters a lot. Although these are very minor, okay, minor mistakes, but this shows your alertness, how much you are alert. And one more thing, I have some doubt with this nomenclature. Nomenclature is also not proper for this table. This table, what table was there? Yeah, this one. Global horizontal. I think this nomenclature has been taken directly from software. So because of E underscore because okay, if it is taken from software, then fine. Okay, then it is fine. And now come to this point. Okay, this is over. Acknowledgement is okay. The first author would like to Delhi Technical University, Delhi, India, for awarding the fellowship of this PhD. Full stop. In the mechanical engineering department, gratefully supporting. Now, see, she has see, we never put full stop. Many times I have already told my student, but they are, I don't know. Otherwise, it will give error. Okay, we never put full stop in title, caption, or over there in headings, even in heading, and many students, they put full stop on title itself. So these are basically the negligence by student. They are feeling they are doing perfectly fine, but see the problems. Where are the problem for, and these problems are responsible. These mistakes are basically responsible for rejection of your manuscript. Okay, I hope today's session is useful to you, all of you, because I was trying to show you in practically what kind of the problems are students do generally, and we should not do such kind of the problems. Now I want basically, how much time I have? Is there anyone?
Hello, Professor.
Yeah, how much time I have? Some more time? Do I have some more time?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So let me continue some more time to finish it. However, all the points I have already discussed. Okay, results and discussion section is all figure, graph, picture. With the help of the figure, graph, pictures only, we have to discuss all the results. Okay, data, number, behavior, pattern. Yeah, analysis means data, how the data behaves. It's what is its pattern, low, decreasing, constant, increasing, then after increasing to a certain point start decreasing. Okay, so what kind of the pattern is there, and why your result complete the reference but not necessarily in the summary or the finding. Okay, so what is common problem? Don't know which one is analysis and discuss mix. Yeah, difficult to differentiate the result and references, many statement, assumptions, speculation. So basically we have to identify uh, what is generally what happened in discussion. Student is not confined with their results, they used to talk in some other factors also. Okay, so we should be very much confined with their our methodology and what are our results, and how our results are influenced with what parameter, and what parameter we have considered to analyze completely. Okay, so separate them. These are figure, this definitely this is all the part of the I have already discussed. Okay, analysis, how the data varies like in this way. Okay, conductivity versus EC's percentage EC, the discussion by the comparison. Okay, so now they tell a story. This will tell that you will acknowledge the expert or this scholar. Put your most important figure first. Don't speculate too much, and don't combine the result section. No, that depends on the guideline. So good finding, original work, high nobility, no need many results. Okay, yeah, good finding, original work, and high nobility. If suppose this such kind of the things are clearly mentioned in your manuscript, of course nobody can stop that to publish in the good paper. good journal. Continuous work need many results and systematic work. Complete sets of the result will be advantage. Discussion plus reference and avoid. Yeah, in discussion reference, don't heavily cited other paper in the discussion. Only the comparison purpose. It looks like you don't have your idea or the brain. Yeah. Otherwise, it will show as you have just copied and pasted, and you have taken directly the other's idea. Okay, it looks like you are copy and paste. Yeah, of course. If suppose too much references and the references are given in the methodological section, methodology means experimental setup and the resultant discussion, definitely any reviewer will think, okay, this is a directly the copy or just to replicate the others work. Okay, so steps in writing result: the display of data with logical development and showing the how your findings satisfy your objectives. Already discussed, because of this is the matter of mapping, where the possible give the illustrative example and compare those with known the result from the literature. Use table and figure. How to write the result? The section is writing in past tense. Okay, results. Okay, it is a core heart of the paper. It needs to be clear and simply stated since it constitutes a new knowledge and contribute to the word. The purpose of this section is to summarize and illustrate the finding in an orderly and logically sequence without interpretation. Okay, sorry. The test should guide the reader through the finding and stressing the major point. Do not describe methods that had already described in and section. Now the steps in writing result methods directly in the text, in table, figure. All figure table must be accompanied in the textual presentation. And that I have already discussed. Never have the table of figure that is not mentioned in the text. Okay, never table or figure that is not mentioned in the text. Always, or if suppose the table and figures are there, please mention in the text. Refer to data figure this and don't repeat the number of the table. Can state number from figure if precision is required. A lot number. Okay, so tables means all the tables and figures should cite properly. Tables are appropriate for the large and complicated data sets that would be difficult to explain clearly text. Figure are appropriate for the data set and individual trends, the patterns, relationship are the best conveyed visually. Any table of figure must be sufficiently described by its title, caption. Yeah, title and captions are really very important thing again. Appropriate and means whatever you are writing in caption of figure, it should reflect once you see on the figure, whatever you are caption writing over there, it comes in your mind. Okay, so there should be clarity and proper connectivity between the caption and the figure itself. Okay, so any table and figure must be sufficiently described by its title, caption, legend. No, do not include both the table and figure. Yeah, for the same interpretation, please do not include both the table and figure. Only one thing is sufficient, either table or figure. Better to include the figure only, avoid the table. If heavily data are there, then definitely table will work. Otherwise, so for the same result, please pick only one thing. It is hardest section in the discussion, often combined with the real section into one section R&D code paper. It is primarily purpose shows the relations among the. Okay, it should end with a short summary and conclusion depending on the general publisher rule. Regarding the significance of the work, the conclusion often extract from the separate section and ending of paper conclusion. Okay. So now the component of the discussion try to present this principle of relationship. Generalization shows by the result, point out any expectation or any lack of the correlation of the defined unsettled point. This all I have already discussed. Discuss the theoretical implication of the work and any possible practical application. Yes, This is another very important thing. How your research can be implemented for industrial application or the commercial application. Okay, state your conclusion as clearly as possible. Summarize the evidence in each. So now the discussion, the first, second paragraph, and the middle paragraph. Basically, this is for the if suppose we have to make separation between the result and discussion. Okay, so conclusion means the mapping with the objective. Whatever the conclusion you are writing over there, they should have the mapping. Okay, with respect to mapping of objective, and then findings, clear cut in a short and concise way. The conclusion section presents the outcome of the work by interpreting and finding the higher level of abstracting, and then the discussion by the relating these findings to the motivation and all. Conclusion is not abstracting. Yeah, conclusion is different with abstract. Abstract, I have already all the structure of the yeah, I have already over there. The conclusion, main findings you have to include in the conclusions. So mapping with the problem statement or objective. These are the two things. Please remember the difference between the conclusion and abstract. Generally, people think that both are the same, but conclusion and abstract both are entirely different thing. And conclusion, only the main findings you have to write over their main findings, and all main findings should be mapped with your problem statement and objective. Okay, please keep in mind this thing. This is very important thing. So format should contain the following: the restatement of the aim, summarization of main finding, the significance of finding, limitation of the current study. Yeah, this is the last statement. If you remember, I asked her to write this concluding this recommendation statement. Okay, restatement of the aim, summarization, main finding, and all within the 2 sentences. So now state your conclusion, summarize evidence with the each conclusion, and with the short statement. Remember, I hope you might have remember. Just few minutes back, I have written over there in her manuscript the right and with a short statement regarding the significance of your work, and how it is being useful, what is limitation, and how your work is significant to others. Okay, so that after conclusion, after concluding remark, 3 to 4 bullets, you have to write this thing. Okay, I hope you might have understood this thing. Yeah, people generally include the graph, picture, and schematic in the conclusion. This is not the right approach. Okay, so graphics. These are some easy points for the understanding graphics, arrangement, flow, and aerial point tool, thin line. That depends on the basically this all is formatting aspects. Graphics makes easy to understand. Of course, origin. Yeah, I usually ask my student to put to draw all the graphs in the origin. Say okay. So this is good software. Origin, Sigma plot for mechanism, block drawing. This one for mechanism. This is for the flow diagram. Right. Excuse me, professor, if possible we would like to end our meeting. Yes, prefect, just a moment, but only few you have given me more time. Thank you very much. Only I'm at the verge of completion because these are very important thing, steps in the writing in the figure. Okay, okay, this all this reference up to date, all the reference. Okay, why do you have the reference? To avoid the plagiarism, to enable the readers to trace your source. These are the objective of the references. Enable the readers to distinguish your idea and from support your idea and the theories. Okay, cite the paper that related and all the reference, significance of the reference and what is referencing. Okay, acknowledgement, missing information, repeat and all acknowledgement. This already I have, and some tips. The cover letter. I will give you this my all presentation to you. So explain why this journal is suitable. This basically this cover letter is again very important thing. Why the journal is suitable for your the journal is suitable for your article. That you have to justify in the cover letter. Why you believe the article is within the scope, and what is noble of your idea and may cite other people this. So this actually then only you will attract the editor to for the review. Okay, for sending the review your paper to the editor to the reviewers. Okay, language, scope, abstract, review history, and authorship. Okay, this is all about from my side. I know this is long session. I have taken another half an hour more. So prepared. If any student have any query, they may ask me directly, or they may send me email on my email ID anilkumar76@dtu.ac.in. Or if they have any problem related to their writing their manuscript, they may discuss with me. But I may take some time. Okay, maybe immediately I cannot answer, but definitely within a week I will connect with you, or I can work on it. Okay, so Prefect, tell me what is next.
We are going to end our session here.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. All the participants. Thank you PSU, thank you Prefect and Professor Isra team, and all participants who listened me very silently. Okay, though I was expecting some queries from